Chapter 250. The wind was cold outside the courtyard, but the charcoal was warm inside the house. The curtains were filled with beautiful colors, and the brush was filled with the fragrance of a scholar. In an elegantly decorated house, the red charcoal fire blocked all the cold outside. Smelling the light incense, it made people feel sleepy. County Magistrate Jia sat on a cushion with a small table in front of him. Tea and snacks were indispensable. There were also several kinds of fruits that had been preserved for some unknown reason. They looked tempting, but it was hard to tell how they tasted. There were also 2 small tables next to Jia County Magistrate. There was one person sitting behind each of the tables. There was also a chair with armrests placed behind them. The 3 people sat down and didn't speak for a while. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to speak first. After drinking a pot of tea, Jia County Magistrates couldn't help but speak first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is a foregone conclusion. I don't know how Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong think we should divide the Zhang family's things. Jia County Magistrates didn't want to waste too much time. He wanted to have a good sleep in a while so that he could be energetic tomorrow. If they set off from here, they would arrive at their destination around noon. The head of the Han family, Dr. Han, also had an official position. He looked at the Yuan family's house and said, "Yuan Yilong, this time there are a lot of things. Yuan Yilong, you can speak first." Yuan Yilong saw that the 2 people didn't want to speak first, so he thought for a while and said, "If there is nothing else in Zhangjia Zhuangzi, then there is some money. They made a lot of money in Little Luoshui. We can divide the money between the 3 families. We can divide it into 3 parts, the same amount. What do you think?" "Okay, I agree. There is indeed a lot of money in that farmstead. County Magistrate Jia, you must act quickly tomorrow. You must convict them first. By then, it will be too late for anyone to come. After all, we have made sufficient preparations." Dr. Han felt that this amount of money didn't matter. No matter how much it was only a few tens of thousands of strings. What was really useful was the prescription. Jia County Magistrates was a little reluctant. After he fell into the water, his 13,000 strings of coins were taken away by the Zhang family. He also spent a lot of money to buy the Zhang family's 6,000 strings of coins and gave them to the people for free. No matter what, he should exclude the 19,000 strings of coins. However, if he really said so, the 2 families would definitely not let go of the benefits after that. He had no choice but to say, "I also agree. They should also have a place to put their money in Little Luoshui. When the time comes, that place will be like their Zhuangzi. Yuan Yilong, let's talk about other things. There are still the rural households. Once the 2 rural households in Zhuangzi are gone, the rural households will change owners." After Jia County Magistrates finished speaking, the 2 people were silent. They thought of the same thing. They were ready to accept some of the rural households. This way, they would have a lot of labor. However, they were afraid that the rural households would still think about the owners and cause trouble for them. The most important thing was that, if they wanted these villagers, they would have to give in to County Magistrate Jia in other aspects. This was something that both of them did not want. The villagers who caused trouble would lose part of their benefit. No matter how they looked at it, it was not appropriate. Dr. Han was not in a hurry. Jia County Magistrates asked Yuan Yilong, so naturally, Yuan Yilong should say first. Yuan Yilong secretly cursed in his heart and said, "These rural households are the people of Sanshui County. Even if we accept them, we still have to do things in the local area. Dr. Han and I are not suitable to accept them. It's better for Jia County Magistrates to keep them. We can divide the things in the warehouse, livestock, and poultry." Jia County Magistrates didn't expect that when he pushed them out, he would push them back. When he thought about it, it made sense. If the people of Sanshui County didn't suffer any disasters, it was impossible for them to leave here. If they really left, he would be found by the people above. However, how could 2 Zhuangzi and more than 800 people compare to the things in the warehouse? There must be a lot of tremella and fungus in the warehouse. Just a few of them should be more than 10,000 strings of cash, right? Maybe even more. Plus, there were more than 30,000 poultry, a herd of cattle, sheep, and horses. Overall, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yes, there was still so much food. No, he couldn't agree. In the end, the people wouldn't belong to him. Perhaps the imperial court would give Zhuangzi to other people. That's not right. The rural households won't belong to me. Let's put it aside for now. The three of us should divide everything in Zhuangzi equally. Yuan Yilong, tell me about the prescriptions. I want the wharf in Shaoluoshui. Now I know there are 3 prescriptions. The one for hatching chicks, the one for increasing grain production, and the one for growing fungus. Jia County magistrates put the matter of the rural households aside and began to talk about the prescriptions. Yuan Yilong shook his head and said, "Not 3. There's also the one for making liangpi, vegetable oil, chili sauce, and seasoning. There was originally a prescription for growing vegetables in winter, but they offered it. Oh yes, they also offered a prescription. That prescription can be said to be beneficial to the country and the people. It seems that there will be more twists and turns. It's better to call County Magistrate 1. After all, this time we will use his bailiff. Originally, we said that we would give him money, but now it seems that just giving him money is not enough. Give him a prescription and convict Zhangjia Zhuangzi of invading and disturbing the people of Huayuan. We can bring up the matter of the straw on Zhuangzi in Dr. Han's house. The matter of the cow in my house having diarrhea after eating will not work. Those who are willing to take the bait are not reasonable. We can't find a seller. Yes, I think this matter can be done. County Magistrate Wen's prescription can help us resist a lot of pressure from the higher-up." Dr. Han agreed with Yuan Yilong's idea. At this time, the Jia County magistrates reacted. Zhangjia Zhuangzi did have a lot of prescriptions. Then the money should be re-estimated. Maybe there are more prescriptions that haven't been taken out. Yes, there are more. There are still 2 more. One is the prescription for making firecrackers, and the other is the one for making popcorn. Forget about the candy prescription, I have already given it to Zhou Shihu. There are so many prescriptions. Maybe there will be new prescriptions. Now that we have agreed, it will be difficult to divide the new prescriptions when there are new ones. Hearing the Jia County Magistrate's words, Yuan Yilong and Dr. Han were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Fortunately, they acted early. Otherwise, if they were given another 2 or 3 years, wouldn't they fly to the sky? I want the people of the Zhuangzi main courtyard of Zhang Zhuangzi and Wang family. Yuan Yilong and Dr. Han said at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They knew what each other was thinking. The prescriptions didn't come out of nowhere. Someone must have thought of it. As long as they caught the person, there might be more prescriptions in the future. Each one of them was a hen that laid golden eggs. After the 2 of them finished talking, they laughed and regretted it. Sure enough, the Jia County Magistrates was not a fool. In the past, he had always wanted to take revenge. Now that he heard the 2 of them, he also understood the importance of people. When the 3 of them talked to this point, they couldn't continue. The things could be divided, and the prescriptions could be divided. But how could they divide the people? Judging from the situation, it should be a prescription made by one person. Even if they gave all the prescriptions to others, it would be a profit if they had such a person. The more Yuan Yilong thought about it, the more difficult he felt. He could only say, "Let's put this matter aside first. We'll talk about it when County Magistrate One comes." Huayuan County is not like Sanshui County. There are actually more than 700 bailiffs. There are only 300 bailiffs, and some of them are temporarily found. The Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family have a lot of villagers in Zhuangzi. We have to act quickly. If we catch the main family first, the villagers won't dare to rush. Otherwise, it will be easy to make things worse. If hundreds of people die, we won't be able to get away. Jia County magistrates used a trick to transfer the bailiffs away. When the Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family are arrested, the 700 bailiffs will be obedient. They can't run to Huayuan County's prison to find people, right? That's no different from a rebellion. Huayuan County's prison? How can they be locked up in Huayuan County? If they want to be locked up, they should be locked up in Sanshui County. Your Huayuan County's yamen has no reason to come to Sanshui County to arrest people, right? Jia County magistrates was concerned about the person who came up with so many prescriptions. No matter what, he couldn't send the person to someone else's place. When the time came, who could guarantee that these people wouldn't ask who the person was first? Yuan Yilong, of course, knew what County Magistrate Jia was thinking about. He took a sip of the cold tea and said, "County Magistrate Jia, you mean to say that I should be locked up in the prison of the Sanshui County Yamen? Which bailiff will be guarding them? You don't even trust Song Yang. You said that he would definitely collude with the Zhang family. That's why you gave him the letter. If he didn't collude, then the bailiffs would all be at little Luoshui's place." Jia County magistrates really didn't know how to answer Yuan Yilong's question. In the entire Sanshui County, except for his family, he didn't trust anyone else. Even though Song Yang had always been so respectful and obedient, he was prepared for both sides. At this time, Dr. Han interrupted and said, "How about this? When we catch the person, the three of U.S. and County Magistrate 1 will escort them to the capital together. Let the people in Zhuangzi County and young Master Jia do the rest. The bailiffs in Sanshui County will have no backbone, so it will be easy to manipulate them. When they are obedient, we will either really send the person to the capital or come back. What do you think?" "Okay, let's do it according to Dr. Han's method." Yuan Yilong agreed. Jia County magistrates was a little worried. If something happened in Sanshui County, he should report to the prefecture first. He couldn't directly escort the person to the capital. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I also agree to do this. But when the time comes, I will have someone send a memorial to the prefecture. We will leave here first. When the prefecture investigates, we will have something to say." When the two people saw that he agreed, they were relieved at the same time. They were afraid that Jia County magistrates would leave midway. Then, they would have no reason to go there. After the matter was arranged, the three people didn't continue to drink tea. They went to another hall and asked the servants to bring wine and dishes. They were ready to have a good meal. Jia County magistrates was only worried about his son at this time. He was afraid that his son couldn't come in time, or that something had happened to him. He had no choice but to ask Yuan Yilong to send someone to meet him. This was also to give his son a credit. Otherwise, there would be no excuse. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt sleepy and wanted to go back to rest. At this time, 3 fast horses came from outside and directly went to the main house of the Zhang family. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the speed of the horses and the marks on their bodies, they were both shocked. It was actually an emergency report of 800 miles. They hurriedly ran home. When the two people entered the yard, Steward Zhang told them about the yamen runners. "You really don't want to give me face. Okay, this time I don't have to take the initiative to drive them away. Arrange it right away." When Zhang Xiaobao heard about the matter, he was furious. He decided to get rid of Jia County magistrates once and for all. Chapter 251. The night was hazy, and the lanterns were reflected in the water. A few red dots appeared on the pavilion and the winter starry sky. Between the clouds and the water. Looking down from the window on the second floor, the water in the man-made lake was not frozen. The old man and his family who came a few days ago were also here. At first, they thought it was strange, but then they saw that during the day, someone was using a charcoal brazier to roast the water on the lake. When the water was slightly frozen, it would be picked up by someone. At this time, A few lanterns were hung on a boat and placed in the lake to illuminate. They set off the independent pavilion in the middle of the lake, reflecting the winter starry sky, hazy and dreamy. A 6 or 7-year-old girl with 2 braids on her head put her small hands on the window. She stood on tiptoe and looked down. A pair of lively big eyes blinked, full of curiosity. "Grandpa, look, there are lanterns below. It's so beautiful." The little girl stretched out one hand and pointed straight down. She turned her head and said excitedly to the old man. The old man already knew the scenery below, but he still stood up and walked behind the little girl. He looked at the place his granddaughter pointed at, touched his granddaughter's head, and said, I saw it. I think it's good, so I'll see it more often in the future." "Father, are you really going to retire?" Hearing the old man's words, a man sitting next to the table asked. "Kong, it's not that I want to retire, but my body is getting worse day by day. Staying in that position will harm the country and the people. It's better to find a place with good scenery and enjoy the scenery," the old man said helplessly. Seeing his granddaughter look up at him with a puzzled expression, he said to her, "I didn't know where to find it. In the past, I didn't know where to look, but now I know. It's Shueyun Denver. You can look at the scenery and taste the delicacies. In the future, you'll be able to look at it all day long. I don't think they can ask for too much money from me. Don't you think so, Miss Wang?" The last words were said to Aunt Wang. Before Aunt Wang said anything, Date and Jujube, who were serving beside her, nodded together. Jujube said quickly, "Sir, you're right. In the future, you don't need to pay a penny here. How dare the Zhang family not listen?" "Haha, little girl, if you say that, don't let the people of the Zhang clan hear it. Otherwise, they will definitely drive you away. The Zhang clan today is different from before. Wait until tomorrow, this old man will let you see that child. After the new year, you will have something to say when you go back." The old man didn't think that the head of the Zhang family would be as timid as before. What the Zhang family did in the past 2 years, if it wasn't for the head of the family having the ability, there must be an expert guiding him. Aunt Wang didn't think that the Zhang family was that great. She said, "Sir, even if the Zhang family is stronger than before and has a 7th-ranked official, they still can't enter other people's eyes. When they go to the capital next year, won't they still have to stay in the Wang family? Otherwise, who will help them organize the poetry and wine banquet?" The old man looked at the steward sent by the Wang family, who was Auntie Wang, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "If you still think this way, then don't go see the child tomorrow. Look at how the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads are being managed. How could an ordinary person do that?" Aunt Wang didn't dare to talk back to the old man. She could only whisper, "It's just a Zhuangzi. Could it be that they have great ability? It's just 100 villagers, and they can reach the heavens?" When the old man heard this, he didn't want to say more. He turned to his son and said, "Kong, go take a look tomorrow. You just came today, so you don't know what Zhuangzi and Zhang family are like. Learn from your cousin and hide in Xiao Luoshui. Learn from the docks." "Father, I understand. If Zhuangzi and Zhang family are different from other places, then the person behind them is definitely not an ordinary person." The child immediately stood up and said respectfully. Seeing that his son was so sensible, the old man finally showed a satisfied smile. He sat down again and looked at the bubbling hot pot on the table. He picked up a roll of mutton with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot. He dipped it in the sauce on the plate and put it in his mouth. After swallowing, he said, "This way of eating is really different from other places. The mutton melts as soon as it enters the mouth. There's another aroma in the meat, and the rank odor can't be smelled. I think it won't be long before this way of eating spreads. Master is right. I lost a few teeth, so I thought it wouldn't be easy to eat this meat. Who would have thought that after putting it in my mouth and chewing it a few times, I can eat it? The chef between the clouds and the water is also not ordinary." The old woman at the table also dipped a slice and praised. The old man's son immediately dipped 2 more slices and put them on the old woman's plate. He said, "Mother, if you want to eat more, then eat more. This meat is fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. You should also try it." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of red braised pork for the old woman. It was bright red, but it didn't have the taste of the red pond in the mouth. It was the color of sugar fried with white sugar. The meat was also specially chosen to have 3 layers of meat. When it was dipped in water, he specially added shancha juice. The old woman looked at her son, then looked at her granddaughter, and then looked at the lively atmosphere in the room. She laughed happily and said to the old man, "Master, I heard that the new county magistrate of Sanshui County seems to have some friction with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why don't you persuade them? If the county magistrate uses any tricks and harms the Zhang family and the Wang family, it won't be good." The old woman was a little worried about the Zhang family and the Wang family. After all, Jia Shan and Jia Yiheng were county magistrates and had some ability. As she spoke, her eyes landed on the steward of the Wang family. Her meaning was self-evident. Auntie Wang also knew why the old lady was looking at her, but she pretended not to know. On the other hand, little Zhao and big Zhao were anxious when they heard this. They exchanged glances, but did not dare to casually say anything to protect anyone. The old man muttered to himself for a while and said, "Don't worry. It's the new year. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble for others at this time? After the new year, there will be a provincial examination. That way, Zhang Zhong will have the status of a provincial scholar. Since he's close to the capital, he can participate in the spring examination this year. In the next few months, as long as the Zhang family and the Wang family are fine in Zhuangzi, with the help of the people in the capital, as long as he can show some ability, there will be no need to worry about Zhuangzi. Father is right. This place is close to the capital. Once he has the status of a provincial scholar, he can immediately rush to the capital. It's not like that faraway place. Even if he gets the status this year, he might not be able to make it next year. If something happens on the way, it will be even more troublesome. However, this provincial scholar's ranking can't be too low. Father, why don't you help think of a way?" Conger echoed. His idea was that if he helped the Zhang family, when the time came and his father was willing to live here, the Zhang family would definitely take good care of him. The old man smiled and said, "Conger, you don't need me for this kind of thing. Look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. You can imagine how much effort the Zhang family put in to provide for this person. Before the examination, Zhang Zhong's name will definitely spread everywhere. Hand in the recipes for growing vegetables in the winter. In the future, the people in this cold land will be able to eat more in the winter. The Zhang family also doesn't want any official rewards, so they must want to make a name for themselves." Conger now understood that Zhuangzi had already planned this. Since Zhang Zhong's calligraphy and paintings hung on the wall of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, little Luoshui's restaurant would not be too bad. They had forcefully pushed it up. Even if Zhang Zhong's talent was a bit lacking, he was still better than that scholar who couldn't get a job. I don't believe that Zhang Zhong can get the title of first place in the examination. One first place in one province. How many provinces? How many first places in the first few years have come to the capital together? Is the examination in spring that common? Aunt Wang whispered again. She seemed to look down on Zhang Zhong, who was Zhang Xiaobao's father. No matter what happened, she would always mock and ridicule them. However, she had no intention of not eating the food on the table, even if she ate while finding fault with it. Big Date and Jujube couldn't get a word in edgewise. The two of them could only whisper to each other. Big Date will be able to see the young master tomorrow. What do you think the young master looks like? Will he be as dumb as Zhang Zhong? Will he be so scared that he can't speak in front of such a big scene? Jujube carefully thought about Zhang Zhong's appearance. She wanted to combine the images of Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong. She asked Big Date, who was next to her. Big Date didn't seem to have a good imagination like Jujube. He couldn't guess what Zhang Xiaobao looked like. He shook his head and said, "How would I know? The young lady of the Wang family should be very fun to play with. I heard that when the two of them met, they were entangled together. When they separated, they cried. They have been living in the Zhang family. If only I had such a person when I was young. We could play together and grow up together. If someone bullied me, he would help me. I would wash his clothes and cook for him, and then, as he spoke, Big Date couldn't continue. His voice became softer and softer, and his neck turned red. Little Zao, who was at the side, heard Big Zao's words and was also stunned. His eyes looked at the night sky outside. After a while, he reacted and said to Big Zao with a smile, "Big Zao, do you want to grow up with Er Kuei in the Fu? I knew what you were thinking." "What nonsense are you saying? I was talking about the young lady of the Wang family. Er Kuei is so dumb. I don't like him. What does he have to do with me? I've never thought about him. You don't know. Last month, he went out with the people in the manor to do something. When he came back, he wanted to catch fish. The river was frozen, and he fell into it. Do you think he should stay? And in October, he himself." Big Date denied Jujube's words. He said that he didn't care about someone. He began to recite the things that someone did. Jujube was stunned again. Chapter 252. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to deal with the Jia County magistrates, Pomegranate came over and told him that Li Sun was here. "Why is he here? Isn't he celebrating the new year?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. Why didn't his imperial nephew stay at home during the new year? If he came here, what would happen to his family? Did he sneak out? Now, Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to deal with him as casually as before. If his imperial nephew sneaked out and came here, his Zhuangzi would be in trouble. He pulled Wang Wan and went out to greet him. When they saw Li Sun in their courtyard looking at the stars with his hands behind his back, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan confirmed that he really came. "Young Master Li, why are you here? Why didn't you stay at home and come here? Aren't you causing trouble for our family?" Zhang Xiaobao walked closer to take a look. He wanted to see if Li Sun was beaten or scolded. Wang Wan also knew that this was a serious matter, so she nodded and waited for Li Sun to give a reasonable explanation. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile and said, Good place. When I came here just now, I saw many houses on the road. It's easy to go from one house to another. There are door frames but no doors. This is interesting. I also saw many tables. Are you planning to have a meal with many people?" Li Sun didn't answer Zhang Xiaobao's question. Instead, he commented on the place used for celebrating the new year. "Yes, it's lively to spend the new year with the villagers. Why are you here? Aren't you going home?" Zhang Xiaobao explained the function of the place and asked. Li Sun looked around the courtyard with the help of the light and said, "I'm back. My father is going back to the capital for the new year and said he would take me with him. But I didn't want to go back. The people there are not fun, so I told my father that I want to have fun with the people. I didn't expect my father to agree, so I came here to have fun with you. My family is also an official. Why didn't anyone come with you? Are you alone?" Zhang Xiaobao looked behind Li Sun. Other than the guards in the courtyard, there was no one else. "I chased them out of the gate between the clouds and the water. Maybe there are only a few people guarding there. Let them guard me. I'm Li Sun. I don't need to welcome me in through the front door. I can't let them. I'm Li Sun. I'm Li's T. I don't need to open the front door. I'm here." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "How can we hurt you? Why don't you sleep at night? Why did you come here? Why don't you rest between the clouds and the water and come back tomorrow morning?" "I can't sleep at night, so I want to talk to you. Li Cheng is also here. I don't know what he's learning all day. Why didn't you talk to me?" Look at the time you two came out and the clothes you're wearing. You didn't sleep either? Li Sun found a good excuse and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again. Zhang Xiaobao did not speak immediately. He was thinking about something when Wang Wan pulled him from the side. Only then did he wake up with a start. He looked at Li Sun with a different gaze than before. As he led her in, he said, "Yes, I haven't slept yet. There's something fun and I'm thinking about how to play it." Li Sun followed him inside. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say there was something fun, he became interested and quickly asked, "What's so fun? Tell me about it." "Don't worry, we'll know tomorrow morning. How many people did you bring this time? Maybe our family can use them." Zhang Xiaobao asked expectantly. Originally, he wanted to say, "I can use it," but he felt that this might expose himself. Li Sun stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Not many. This time, we just came here casually. I only brought 200 people. What do you want to do? Do you want to build more houses? Okay, I'll do the same on my Zhuangzi next year. This year, it's too late. How about this, when the 30th day comes, I'll call the village owner here. Everyone can squeeze together. You can ask someone to discuss with your family and see if they agree." Li Sun finally found something fun and excitedly talked about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surprised and happy. Wang Wan mouthed to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's great, we have 200 more people." "Yes, it's good. It's not just about 200 people, there's also something else," Zhang Xiaobao replied and then said to Li Sun, "Agree, definitely agree. Xiao Hong, go to my mother's and see if she's asleep. If she's asleep, go to the study over there and find my father. Tell him that young Master Li brought people to celebrate the new year together." "Yes, young master, I'll go now." Xiao Hong agreed and trotted away. Just as she ran out of the courtyard, she met the people sent by Father Zhang and Zhang Wang clan. They couldn't ignore Li Sun's arrival. After listening to Xiao Hong's explanation, Zhang Wang clan thought for a moment and said, "Husband, we won't go. Let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo accompany them. Xiao Hong will go in a moment and tell them that Zhangjia Zhuangzi will prepare everything." Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao chatted for a while before Xiao Hong came back and told them about the matter. "What's wrong, Imperial Nephew? I'll ask the villagers to come over tomorrow, and we'll build the house together. I'll pay as much as I need." Li Sun didn't want to be a freeloader and wanted to contribute. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't thinking about this matter. He thought of another situation and said to Li Sun, "All right, then ask all the villagers to come over tomorrow. I have a lot of planks here, so it'll be faster to build the house. Also, we need to prepare other things. How about this, tomorrow we'll watch them during the day and see what they're not doing well. You can help them. This time, between the clouds and the water isn't closed at 30, so we can go back and forth. There's an official there who wants to celebrate the new year and won't go back. Cuckoo and I don't know which one to go to, so we can only do this. All right, let's do this. Those people will go back to the capital and feel bad. They can't do this and they can't do that. It's so annoying. I'm the one with foresight, right? Ha 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 ha." Li Sun said and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. Wang Wan added, "Also, there's a lot of things made of straw in the field. Even if it snows, it won't be crushed. When the time comes, we can play hide and seek with the children in Zhuangzi." "What kind of things? What kind of things? It was dark when we came, so I didn't see anything. There's such a fun place." Li Sun was indeed scolded when he went back home, so he came out to relax. When he heard that there were things to play with, he was even happier. "Yes, young Master Li, you should go to bed early. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao saw that things were almost done, so he persuaded Li Sun to go to bed. At this time, of course, they couldn't play between the clouds and the water. They tidied up the best guest room in the courtyard and let Li Sun stay there. Li Sun didn't want to chat anymore, so he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent him to the guest room. He lay there and thought about the fun things to do tomorrow. After sending Li Sun off, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to their own room. They lay on the Kong at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed. This is good. Originally, it would have taken a lot of effort to get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but now it's not necessary. At first, I wanted to get that old man involved. This time, if he doesn't die, I will. Tomorrow, I'll change Li Sun into the same clothes as the children in Zhuangzi, and we'll change too. Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the Jia County magistrates would come, but he was worried that he couldn't get rid of them all at once. Now, he didn't have to worry about this. Wang Wan, who was lying there, said, "This is what it means to be a good person, to have good karma." He really thought that we wouldn't know his whereabouts after he sent Song Yang away. That car was made by us, and the house he lived in was also built by us. We spent so much effort to get rid of him. If we let him get away, it would be a waste of our money. Zhang Xiaobao lay there for a while, then turned over and sat beside the desk, thinking. Wang Wan propped herself up and asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't study today. Go to bed early to deal with tomorrow's matter. Think again. Details determine success or failure. I have to arrange it well. This time, not only will we get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but also the Han family and the Yuan family. There are so many retired officials." Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao began to tap his face with his hand again. He wanted to prepare a foolproof plan, but at the same time, he had to have a backup plan to solve the problem once and for all. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew that he was going to do something ruthless. She pulled the quilt over, covered half of her body, and said, "Then you think about it first. When you're done, tell me. I'll give you some advice. Lie down for a while, remember to wake me up." After a full hour, Zhang Xiaobao finally thought things through. He got under the quilt and whispered to Wang Wan. On the 29th of December, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just got up and freshened up. Before they could eat, Li Sun came to find them. He also hadn't eaten yet, so it was a good opportunity to eat together. After eating quickly, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, 2 of his bodyguards were still standing there. "Quick, call Li Qing here. Tell him to go to Zhuangzi and find someone who can work here." Li Sun ordered one of the bodyguards and urged Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the field. He wanted to see the passage and the small house made of straw. Because of the snow, the straw here was covered with a layer of snow. They could only see that there were many bags in the field, but they couldn't find any straw. The 3 people came to an entrance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan pushed away the straw blocking the way, and a hole appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaobao went in first and felt the air inside. When he found that there was no problem, he shouted to the outside, "Come in. Let's take a look first. Later, we'll go over there and watch them build the house." Li Sun was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's words. When he heard it, he immediately went in. It was really different from outside. It was very interesting. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, who couldn't see his shadow inside, "Do you have enough planks? I still have some in Zhuangzi." "Enough. We prepared a lot for planting vegetables." "Okay, go out. We'll come back later." Zhang Xiaobao came out from another entrance. Chapter 253. When Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan arrived at the area where the wooden houses were being built, many people were already busy. Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted Li Sun to guide them, but in fact, Li Sun did not understand anything and could only watch others work. After a while, the Zhuangzi people of the Li family arrived. Almost all of them came out, men and women, old and young. Those who could work immediately came to help, while those who could not work stood aside and watched. Because Li Sun had learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to treat his own Zhuangzi, the villagers were all glowing and wearing the same clothes. They were no worse than the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. When they went to the market, many of them had met each other. Now that they were working together, they had something to talk about. The children were more exclusive. When the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the children of the Li family looked at each other, there was always a kind of hostility in their eyes. With more people, the work speed was faster. The houses were built one by one. The children ran back and forth in the houses that had been built. Sometimes they poked their heads out from one door and sometimes they poked their heads out from another door. From time to time, the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would have small conflicts with the children of the Li family. Li Sun was still a little dissatisfied with the speed of the work. There were still some things that were not ready. Tomorrow at noon there would be a meal here, and then they would have to wait for the night to come. According to the speed, it seemed a little forced. Just as he was about to ask his 200 bodyguards to help, a group of cavalrymen came from the other side of the bridge. Seeing that they were not ordinary, the 200 bodyguards became nervous. When they got closer and could see clearly, they realized that the people riding on the horses were actually wearing the uniform of yamen runners. What are they doing? Why are all the yamen runners here? Li Sun knew that the yamen runners in Sanshui County were different from those in other places. They were paid with money and had a large number of people. No matter how far away Sanshui County was, there would be at least one yamen runner patrolling every 2 hours so that nothing would happen in the county. No one dared to do anything bad in Sanshui County, but why were they all here today? Could it be that they were also going to celebrate the New Year together? When Zhang Xiaobao saw the yamen runners, he was even more relieved. He said to Li Sun, "Didn't I tell you last night that there would be something fun? You can see it today. There are 600 yamen runners here, and the rest are still patrolling the county. With firecrackers it is easy to catch fire, so we have to be careful." While they were talking, Steward Zhang, who was also waiting here, went up to them. Chen Dong and Song Yang led the way, followed by Registrar Zhao and County Deputy Zhang. "Steward Zhang, everything is going well." Chen Dong saluted and said on horseback, "Well, thank you very much. When this is over, the Zhang family and Wang family will definitely thank you." Steward Zhang was not worried. With so many yamen runners, he was not afraid that others would come to make trouble. Song Yang dismounted from the horse. He did not look very good, and there were frostbites on his face. He said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. We know that our family can live well all because of the help of the Zhang family and Wang family. This is nothing. Whoever dares to touch the Zhang family and Wang family is trying to kill our way of living. Come on, bring me the badger oil." Yamen runner Song has frostbitten his face because of the pursuit. Steward Zhang said to the person next to him. The person immediately handed a very small jar to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took it and put it in Song Yang's hand. He said, "Song Yang, don't worry. In the future, as long as the Zhang family has food to eat, you will not be hungry. Apply this oil." Song Yang nodded and said nothing, even if he knew that this small jar of badger oil cost more than a dozen strings of coins. "Xiao Bao, tell me the truth. Did something happen?" Seeing Steward Zhang arrange people to go into the built house to warm up and eat, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to hide it at this time. "It's just a small matter. You know the new Jia County magistrates, right? He always wants to seize my family's things, including those money-making methods. His purpose of coming here is to make a big profit in Sanshui County. My father has tried to warn him once and gave him a lot of benefit. There is no money in the Yamen's account, so he is afraid that he will take it away. But when he saw that there is no money, he set his eyes on my family, the dock at Xiaoyuashui, and my house. The county Yamen runners protect my house, so he can't do anything. You know this, right?" "I know. The Yamen runners are like the servants raised by your family. If it weren't for your family doing so many things for the people of Sanshui County and offering things to them, my father would think about what to do. Your family is too evil. You can buy a shabby mountain and turn it into a dock, and you can sell seeds by planting. You can make money by just taking out something casually. How can there be few people who are jealous? Why, that Jia County magistrates failed in one plan. Is he coming up with another one? Is he going to make a move on your family? When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao say that someone was plotting against his family, Wei Wei blushed. At first, he also thought so. Later, after more contact, he found that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were not very ambitious. They were good people. They made Sanshui County, which was not very good before, prosperous. When others came to find trouble, they would first take a step back. When they really couldn't, they would fight back. Of course, this fight was a little strong. They were not weak, but when they moved, they beat away the invaders again and again. It was because of this that his father told him not to mess with this Zhuangzi. He had asked him to think of ways to rope in the person who was guiding him from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Li Cheng had been sent out to play games with the person who might be a master all day long. After these days, his brain was better and he was smarter, but he only learned a few things in mathematics and some ordinary things. This was not right. He should have learned the ability to strategize and win a battle outside of 1,000 forces. He should have learned the ability to take every conceivable possibility into account. Because of this, he did not listen to him, especially the two children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were so smart. It must be that the master did not use his full strength when dealing with Li Cheng. He specially taught the skills to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was because of this that his father allowed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to do these things to Zhuangzi. He only hoped that he could have more contact with the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi and learn something useful from the master. Who was the easiest person for him to interact with? Of course, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No matter what happened in the wilderness, it did make him more determined and he learned a lot of things. In his father's opinion, this was the master teaching him through Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was also because of this that he was able to return to Tuqiao village during the new year. While Li Sun was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also talking with their lip. A tall tree attracts the wind, Xiaobao. Wang Wan sighed. A small tree will not attract the wind, but there will always be people stepping on it. Unless you are not in this society. As long as you are still in this society, you will have to interact with people. It is impossible to avoid conflict. Are ordinary people really so peaceful? Zhang Xiaobao thought about it more thoroughly. If he developed, he would be plotted against by others, but if he didn't develop, he would still have to swallow his anger. Swallowing his anger was for ordinary people, but being plotted against was on a different level. He would rather use a lot of energy to deal with those people than to swallow his anger with ordinary people. At least he didn't have to worry about ordinary people now. Wang Wan also understood this principle. Not to mention here, even in the past, there were some people who did not have any problems killing people, especially ordinary people. In the eyes of some people, life could be measured by money. That's right. Then we should get along well with this imperial nephew and his father. We can give them some money. That Li Longji won't object, right? No, absolutely not. What he is looking at is how many troops these brothers and their families have and what officials they are in contact with. As for money, he can't wait for his brothers to be greedy. As long as they don't get too involved in politics, nothing will happen. Zhang Xiaobao had a good grasp of this aspect. Normal people would think so. While the two of them were talking, Li Sun finished thinking and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell me, what is Jia Shan going to do this time? I will help you. Last time, I was scolded by my father because of him. Why don't we drown him? He wants people from other provinces and counties to come and arrest us. Our fief is 4,000 mu. My family and the Wang family are divided into 4,000 mu. However, the mountain is 6,000 mu. We did not occupy the remaining 2,000 mu. Jia County magistrates secretly rewrote the document we sent to him and changed the size of the land. He asked his son to carry it with him. When they arrived at the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County, he went there himself and sent away all the bailiffs following him. Fortunately, the carriage we made for him had a secret compartment under it. There were 2 people hiding inside. Later, Song Yang found a horse and returned. Under the guidance of those 2 people, we followed them. Only then did we know that the Jia County magistrates was in contact with people from the Han family and the Yuan family in Zhuangzi. This time, there might be many people coming, so he deliberately wrote a fake letter. Before he left, he asked the bailiffs to gather at Little Luoshui. No matter who it is, the bailiffs will be transferred away. There is no one in my family except for the villagers. Last night, Bailiff Song rushed over to inform us and then went back. Now, 600 bailiffs are here. My father is afraid that they will rush over and arrest us and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun the whole story. At first, Li Sun did not think much of it and thought that the Jia County magistrates was using a small trick. However, when Zhang Xiaobao said that the Jia County magistrates colluded with people from other provinces and counties and wanted to arrest people in their own province, Li Sun's face immediately changed. How dare he? He is not trying to arrest you. He is clearly bullying me and my father. Good. No wonder you asked me how many people I should bring. Don't worry, I won't bring anyone. What can he do? Does he want to rebel? Xiaobao, I will help your family. Let him make money and see if he can save his life. Li Sun said angrily with a sullen face. Chapter 254. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this sentence. Seeing that Li Sun was very angry, he comforted him. Young Master Li, don't be angry. It's not worth it. County Magistrate Cheng is a bit greedy, but he cares about the people. Our family is also willing to give him some money. When the people in Sanshui County are better and more prosperous, the docks will be able to make more money. Our family will also have more money. We can use some of the money to improve the lives of the people. That will be more prosperous. This is called a virtuous cycle. But Jia Shan didn't think that way. My father originally wanted to see what he was like. If he was good and was good to the people, then he would give him some money and think of ways to give him some political achievements to promote him. You can't guess what he did. Before he took office, he went to the docks to calculate how much money he could earn in a year. He was found out by the county magistrate and took office the next day. So many people went to welcome him and were waiting for him to treat them well. But he kept thinking about Chongping Song and asked for money from the Han family and Yuan family. Well, he asked for money twice. One time, he asked for 13,000 strings of cash. Isn't it the Spring Festival? County Magistrate Cheng will send things to the people during the Spring Festival. He is still waiting for the reward from the higher-up. After all, everyone went to welcome him. He didn't dare to not send them. He spent some of the money he just asked for and couldn't help but start to think about my family. My father knew about it and thought that he would stop for a few days after the Spring Festival. He didn't expect that he would want to make a move at this time. Oh, it's really difficult. Zhang Xiaobao weakened some of the things related to his family's money and strengthened Jia County Magistrate's actions. If it was an adult who said this, Li Sun might think about it. But since it was Zhang Xiaobao, it couldn't be fake. After being comforted by Zhang Xiaobao, not only did Li Sun not calm down, but he also became angrier. He clenched his fist and said, "Damn Jia Shan. He is too greedy." Some of the county magistrates this time were appointed by my uncle. How dare he do this? Maybe he won't come today. What if he did it on purpose? But we still have to be on guard. Zhang Xiaobao said good words for Jia Shan. The more he said, the angrier Li Sun became. If he doesn't come, I'll go find him and ask him what he did in Sanshui County. Where did the money come from? 26,000 strings of cash. He's richer than me. I still want to do some business with others to make some money, but he directly asked for it. Don't try to persuade me. It's settled. The more Li Sun thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, he waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was naturally happy. This was good. He didn't have to waste time to set a trap. It saved him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about him first. Let's see what else is missing. Oh, do you have to use silver chopsticks to eat? It is said that you can see if there is poison. Zhang Xiaobao said something else. What silver? Bamboo? We are doing business together to make money. Your family is counting on me to help you when you encounter problems. How can you poison me? Unless you are tired of living. Give me a cucumber dip to taste first. The cucumber on my zhuangzi hasn't come down yet. After being interrupted by Zhang Xiaobao, Li Sun finally stopped thinking about that matter, but he remembered it in his heart. At the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County, County Magistrate 1, Jia County Magistrates, Dr. Han and Yuan Ilong stood there. Behind them were 300 people. Some were wearing the uniforms of Yamen runners, and some were wearing other clothes. Everyone was holding something like a stick or a knife in their hand. The four of them were still waiting for the arrival of Jia County Magistrate's son, Jia Weiran. He came out yesterday, but for some reason, he hadn't arrived yet. Lord Jia, did something happen to Weiran? Why don't we not wait for him first? Otherwise, we won't be able to arrive before noon. Dr. Han said anxiously. He was afraid that the Yamen runners of Sanshui County would find out something. If they really arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi and encountered the Yamen runners, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Nothing should happen. Maybe he found a place to stay yesterday and overslept. Let's wait for a while. Jia County Magistrates was more anxious than anyone else. That was his son. What should he do if something really happened to him? When the other three heard his words, they couldn't just leave. They could only wait patiently. When they saw that someone couldn't wait any longer, Jia Weiran finally arrived on his horse. However, he didn't look good. Before anyone could ask, he said, "Father, when I came here yesterday, the horse couldn't go. The horse they gave me couldn't go far at all. Later, I met a caravan. I ate some food and bought another horse. I don't know what I ate wrong, so I had to stop from time to time. After that, I found a place to stay. Now I'm still weak. You, how can you eat wrong? Let's not talk about that first. Did you bring the things?" Jia County Magistrates saw that his son was here. Although his body wasn't well, as long as nothing serious happened, he was fine. What he was worried about now was the things on his son. "Yes, father. Here you go." Jia Weiran saw that his father didn't scold him. He took out an envelope and was about to pass it to him. Jia County Magistrates gave him a look. "Take it. Don't lose it. You spent so much effort to get the things here. I'll give you credit." "Okay." Jia Weiran remembered that when the time came, he would take the envelope out and convict the Zhang family and Wang family. Then, he would have credit. Once everyone was here, the large group of people headed towards Zhangjia Zhuangzi. On the way, the 300 people who followed them were all excited. They had already discussed in private that when they arrived, they would take whatever good things they saw. They thought that county magistrate one wouldn't care about those things. If they really found something valuable, then they would have profited. County Magistrate 1 and the rest were also looking forward to it. The group couldn't help but speed up. After this, they would be able to enjoy themselves. After walking for a while, everyone felt tired. Only then did they look at the place. Jia Weiran had already found out about this place. He looked up at the sky and said, "After walking for another hour, we will arrive before noon. The good things are waiting for you to take." After hearing what he said, the dozens of people who weren't Yamen runners and wanted to rest decided not to rest. The earlier they reached the place, the earlier they could take the things. Under this kind of motivation, the group's speed actually increased. At Zhangjia Zhuangzi, The Yamen runners had already sent some people to be on guard. The rest were all hidden. The hiding places were those straw piles. The Yamen runners were strong. They had to fight when they were gangsters. After becoming Yamen runners, they also needed to train. After a while, small straw piles were set up one by one. Half of the Yamen runners hid in the straw piles. The other 100 people that Li Sun brought did the same. The rest of the people were easy to handle. There were wooden boards, so they just set them up and connected them together. They hid behind the boards. After all, they were building a house here, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Everything was ready. They just needed to see if anyone would come. If they didn't come today, they would wait until tomorrow. Li Sun decided to wait until the 15th. He had the time and patience. He didn't need to hide. He could play with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and build a good relationship with them. At around 10 in the morning, before anyone else arrived, the old man between the clouds and the water led some people over. They crossed the small bridge between the clouds and the water and saw the house being built. The old man walked in front, looking around as he walked. When he reached the place, he suddenly saw Li Sun. He was momentarily stunned. He did not know why this imperial nephew of his did not return home for the new year and instead came here. Li Sun also saw the old man and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Why is Minister Shangshu here? Aren't you celebrating the new year in the capital? Didn't the little duke come here as well? Did he run out of here? Your Highness should blame me." The old man looked at Li Sun's appearance and thought that this child had sneaked away on his own. This time, he had caused trouble for the Zhang family's manor. "My father knows that I'm here. Minister, are you really planning to spend the new year here?" Li Sun was confident. He wasn't afraid of being scolded by his father. The old man Weiwei nodded and said, "Yes, I'm planning to spend the new year here. I don't want to go back to the capital. There are so many people. I can't stand it. The water here doesn't freeze in the winter. The food here is not inferior to the food in the capital. The scenery is also good. Why did you want to come here? Also, what are you doing here?" "Oh, then, Minister, you should take care of your health. Grandfather is counting on you. I have a zhuangzi here. It's the new year, so we can have fun with the people. It just so happens that the Zhang family and the Wang family also plan to build a few houses here. On the 31st of July, they will keep watch and eat together. It's very lively. Minister, are you planning to stay at between the clouds and the water? Why don't you come here? I heard from the Zhang family that because you are here, it will be convenient for the servants to come and visit your family during the new year. That's why they specially chose this place. Otherwise, the main family would be able to accommodate you," Li Sun explained to the old man. The old man looked at the construction and felt very satisfied. The Zhang family really knew how to do things. Not only did they let him have servants at between the clouds and the water during the new year, but they also let those servants know that the main family didn't ignore them. Looking back at between the clouds and the water, the old man thought for a while and said, "Let's stay between the clouds and the water. There are too many people at home. We will disturb others if we come here. We will wait for the firecrackers on the 31st. Oh, I mean, when the firecrackers are set off, then we will come out and take a look." "That's good. Sir, don't be in a hurry to leave later. Your bodyguards should also hide behind the plank. There will be something fun." Li Sun happened to see the bailiff on guard running over with a small red flag in his hand, waving it with all his might. Knowing that the person he was waiting for was here, he hurriedly asked the minister to hide the person. The old man didn't know what was going on, but he still felt childish and asked the bodyguards to hide. He thought that no one here would hurt him. When the bodyguards went behind the planks, they were shocked. There were so many people, hundreds of Yamen runners and the little prince's bodyguards. Well, now they were safe. Chapter 255. After the old man's men hid, Li Sun thought of Zhang Xiaobao's idea. He immediately followed Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the children from the 3 Zhuangzi villages to play in the passage made of straw. From time to time, they would show their heads to play hide-and-seek with others. Jia County magistrates and the others could now see Zhangjia Zhuangzi. At this time, they could no longer maintain their original steadiness. They began to run, preparing to catch the Zhang family first. However, when they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhang family, they found that no one was there. The gate was open. Oh no, they may have run away. Hurry up and catch them. This was the first thing that came to County Magistrate Wen's mind. He called out to his men and ran towards the small bridge. They came from the other direction and happened to pass by Zhangjia Zhuangzi first. These people did not delay and continued to chase. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the Wang family, they found that it was the same here. Now they were uncertain and could only continue to chase. After chasing for a while, they finally felt relieved when they saw many people building houses and children playing in the field. It seems that they are doing something. Send 50 people to catch those children. Maybe the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family are there. The rest of you, follow me. County Magistrate Wen had a horse. He shouted and slowly urged the horse, asking the others to surround him and rush in that direction. The old man, who did not know what was going on just now, finally understood. Seeing that the people rushing over were dressed in the uniform of Yamen runners and 2 of them were dressed in the uniform of the county magistrate, his first thought was that these people were going to rebel. Li Sun had known in advance and specially ambushed them. Seeing this, he had no choice but to retreat. Next to him were the guards and Yamen runners who were covered by the wooden planks. The Jia County Magistrate's men didn't know what was going on. They just wanted to catch those people as soon as possible. The first to arrive were the 50 men who were supposed to catch the children. They rushed over and kicked the children they saw or threw them into a pile. Just as they started to attack, a wave of crossbow bolts flew out from the other haystacks around them. These bolts did not belong to the Yamen runners. The Yamen runners were not equipped with such weapons. They were all Li Sun's bodyguards. Originally, they did not want to use crossbows. They just wanted to make some preparations. Unexpectedly, these people came to attack. Naturally, they would not be polite. The 50 people were completely unprepared. 30 of them were shot down on the spot. The remaining people were frightened for a moment. Looking at the hundreds of people around them, they didn't dare to move. Li Sun's guards immediately rushed over. They first beat them up, then tied them up. When the shouts sounded, County Magistrate Wen and company felt that something was amiss. They turned their heads and saw 300 to 400 people surrounding them. Their hearts tightened, especially when they saw the people holding crossbows. They were even more afraid. Not good. Retreat. Seeing this situation, County Magistrate Wen's first thought was to run. He shouted and pulled the reins. At this time, the wooden planks fell at the same time. The people behind saw that Tanaka had already used crossbows. They were worried about the little prince, so they didn't hesitate and directly shot with crossbows. After a wave of bolts, they pulled out their swords and rushed over. The Yamen runners were stunned. They had said that they were only going to scare them. Why did they start to fight now? The Yamen runners didn't know what to do for a moment. When the old man saw the guards he brought looking over, he pointed to them and said, "Go. If there is any resistance, kill them." County Magistrate Wen was shot down on the spot. The bolts didn't hit his vital parts. Lying on the ground, he shouted, "Don't do it. We are on the same side. I am the County Magistrate of Huayuan County." The Yamen runners and the people he brought to make up the numbers were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation. First, they shot with crossbows and then they rushed over. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, they knew that they were in trouble. They also used swords and looked like they were about to break through enemy lines. This kind of person was not someone they could resist. First, someone threw away his weapon and ran around. The Yamen runners and guards on the other side of the field also surrounded them, blocking the back and side. In the front, there was a group of Li Sun's guards, and on the other side, there were the rest of the 300 Yamen runners. If anyone had a weapon in his hand or tried to escape, he was immediately cut down. Li Sun's guards, who came from the other side of the field, had loaded their crossbows again and were ready for another round of shooting. Stop. The people of Huayuan County have thrown away their weapons. County magistrate when wanted to die now. He found that the people who threw away their weapons would not be killed, so he shouted loudly. The people he brought heard his voice and threw away their weapons. They stood there with a frightened look on their faces. Jia County magistrates had a good idea. He was not hit by the arrows. Looking at the people around him, he was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. When he was tied down, he came to his senses and shouted, "Zhang Yongqing, you are so vicious. You raised an army and killed an official of the imperial court. You can wait for your family to be exterminated." As soon as he finished shouting, he was kicked in the head. Jia County magistrates thought that these people were raised by Zhang Yongqing, so he was scared and resentful. He turned his head to see who kicked him and happened to see an old man coming over. He was suddenly stunned and asked tentatively, You are the minister?" "Yes, you are Jia Shan. I saw you when the emperor appointed the county magistrate. You tried to murder Li Sun. Now you are caught. What else do you want to say?" The old man asked with a sullen face. "Murder Li Sun? Who is Li Sun?" "Li Sun? Ah, little prince, your excellency, I am innocent. I didn't do it." Jia County magistrates knew where the guards around him came from. They were the little prince and Li Sun's guards. He shouted that he was innocent and thought, why did he come here? Why didn't he go home for the new year? "Humph, I am innocent. Then who left the mark on my body?" At this time, Li Sun came over with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed at the 3-inch-long shoe mark on his body and asked. Jia County magistrates looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and was stunned. He said stupidly, "The shoe mark is too small. I didn't do it." "Humph, you still dare to quibble. The one who kicked me was with you. The one with the small foot." Li Sun tried not to laugh and said to Jia County magistrate, "The shoe mark was left by Zhang Xiaobao." After discussing with Li Sun, they decided to use this strategy. Regardless of the size of the foot, he was kicked when those people were kicking the child. Jia County magistrates immediately understood that the little prince wanted his family to die. How did he offend him? Did he take the money from the Han and Yuan families and not give it to him? "No, I can't die. Sir, Minister, help me. I didn't know the little prince was here. I'm here to arrest the criminals, the people of the Zhang family. You have to help me." Jia County magistrates cried and begged the old man. The old man looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and heard the Jia County magistrates' word. He understood that the Jia County magistrates wanted to solve the problem for Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He decided to help Zhangjia Zhuangzi. When he was about to accuse him, Steward Zhang stood up and pointed at Jia County magistrates. "Nonsense. Why didn't you use the bailiffs of Sanshui County to arrest people? Where did you get these people? You are the county magistrate of Sanshui County. Do you want to use people from other places to arrest officials of Sanshui County?" "Minister, I have evidence. Let me show you the evidence and you will understand." County Magistrate Jia was afraid that others would directly kill him regardless of the evidence he wanted. At that time, no one would help him. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, County Magistrate Jia cursed Steward Zhang's stupidity in his heart and shouted. This. The minister did not know what to do. At the same time, he blamed Steward Zhang. Why did he stand up? "Sir, since he said that he has evidence, let him show it." Steward Zhang was not anxious at all. "Fine, show it." The minister saw Steward Zhang's words and could only agree. "Quick, quick, my son. Show them what you brought." Jia County magistrates hurriedly called his son. Jia Weiran was shot in the leg and was in pain. When he heard his father's words, he did not dare to delay. He immediately took out the letter and took out a few pieces of paper. He said, They only rewarded 4,000 mu of land. Sir, take a look. Now they have rewarded 6,000 mu of land. Jia Weiran said and handed the paper to the minister. The minister took a look and suddenly snorted. He rolled the paper into a ball and threw it back. Open your eyes and see how much you have rewarded. It is obviously 4,000 mu of land. You are not from the Yamen, but you have something from the Yamen. How should you be punished? Before Jia Weiran could pick it up, Jia County magistrates did not know where he got the strength. He crawled over from under someone's feet and opened the paper. When he saw it, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. That was the original document that he replaced in the Yamen. How did it appear here? That was not right. His son was holding a fake document that he wrote himself. Li Sun stood up at this moment. Jia Shan, what else do you have to say? He framed his colleagues, secretly led soldiers from other provinces through the province with the intention of killing people, and when he was discovered, he even wanted to kill this marquis to silence him. Guards, take him away and send these people to the capital city. I am writing a letter to my uncle. In the Tang Empire, I was almost killed and seriously injured. This is ridiculous. Maybe some county magistrate is happy and led soldiers from other provinces to attack the capital. Jia Shan, do you have any other evidence? Little prince, please spare me. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. No more. Yes, I framed my colleagues. I plead guilty. Little prince, please have mercy. I was just greedy for Zhangjia Zhuangzi's money. I didn't want to kill the little prince. I have confessed. Jia County magistrates knew that according to the two crimes that he had mentioned, he would either be fired from his position or killed. If he followed Li Sun's words, everyone in his family would not be able to escape. Is that true? Li Sun asked. Yes. Jia County magistrates replied. Guards, write it down and let him sign it. Official Jia, quickly find someone to protect you. I don't want to kill people during the new year. Maybe you can still live. Li Sun did not dare to say that someone wanted to kill him. His uncle would definitely find him and bring him back. He did not want to go back. Furthermore, it was too cruel to kill an entire family. As for who he would find, it did not matter. Anyway, he could forget about being an official. It was good enough that he could stay alive. Sanshui County was stable. Chapter 256. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were taken away, the villagers still hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. The children had also lost their usual liveliness, especially the people from Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have seen the world clearly for the first time. It was also the first time they knew that there was money in Zhuangzi and that many people were coveting it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have any reaction. As usual, they did what they were supposed to do. At the same time, they felt a little happy. The result of Li Sun's intervention was a little different from what they had expected, but the effect was surprisingly good. They believed that for a long time, no one would have any ideas about Zhuangzi. Xiaobao, they're not in a good state. Think of a way to help them recover. Wang Wan looked at the villagers and the children. She knew that they were frightened by the bloody scene just now and the crisis Zhuangzi was facing. If this continued, it would leave some impact on their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and saw that Li Sun had already gone to write the memorial with that so-called minister. He pulled Wang Wan into a room and found a stool to sit down. He also asked someone to make a big bowl of soup for him and Wang Wan to warm their bodies while thinking of a solution. When faced with this kind of situation, one is to adapt. The other is to let them occupy a commanding position and think that what they did was right. We are the kind of people who adapt. It doesn't matter what we encounter. They seem to be unable to do this, so we can only choose another way. Zhang Xiaobao set out the two solutions and chose the second one. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao were to personally participate in the situation, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable, let alone just looking at what had just happened. However, they didn't know what to do with the second solution. Xiaobao, where should we start? Are you going to talk to them one by one, like an instructor? When Wang Wan thought of this, she kept instilling this idea into the villagers, giving them psychological hints. There's no need for that. It's not like we're going to make them fight all the time in the future. It's the new year, and it's just nice. In the past, there was always a spring festival gala. Let's make one too. Think of a program. Other than entertainment, it also has to be educational. Make the best use of the time to think, and then find someone to practice. When it was the night of the 30th, everyone could not eat and drink all the time. Once they were on night watch, it would be a good time for them to enjoy all kinds of shows. Let's include what happened today, and let them admire it while also acknowledging it. Describe the enemy as evil beyond redemption, describe us as glorious, and we are the kind of people who have grown wings. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and came up with this idea. He gestured to Wang Wan to fly. Birdman. Wang Wan felt that this was a good idea, and her mood improved. The kind with a halo on their heads. Now, divide the work and think of a way. Let's go home and think. We have to be quick. We have to think of a plan in 4 hours. Let them rehearse once. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind. He drank the soup in front of him in a few mouthfuls, burped, and pulled Wang Wan back home. At this time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan's people also put down the worries in their hearts. The matter was over, and they also returned home. There were still many things to do. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with a plan for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Compared to the past, it was like heaven and earth. There were no lighting effects, and there was no layout. It was just a simple program. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of crosstalk, skit, and other things. Although his writing skills were not as good as Wang Wan's, when it came to things that required standing up and performing, he was better. Wang Wan was in charge of the singing and dancing. She only had to do the movements and didn't need too many basic skills. As for the songs, because she didn't know if the villagers would be willing to listen to some of her songs from that time, she could only choose the local folk songs and ditties. These things had some strong folk characteristics. Xiaobao, who should we look for? Could it be that we look for the villagers? Then should we personally guide them? Or should we teach them to the people in the inner courtyard first, and then let the people in the inner courtyard teach them? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao finished part of their work, but found that it was not easy to find people. If they looked for the villagers, it would be difficult to explain directly to them. The people in the inner courtyard are enough. Why do we need to find others? I think Xiao Hong's voice is not bad. When she is releasing ducks and geese, her voice is very bright. Let her sing a better song. Zhang Xiaobao felt that there was no need to have too many people, and the scene did not need to be too big. This year was the first time. As long as it was lively, it would be shocking enough for the villagers to encounter something they had never seen before. If her voice is good, what should we let her sing? Wang Wan looked for a song in the folk songs she heard when she came here. Do you still need to ask? Xintianyu. Let her sing this. Zhang Xiaobao already had a song in mind that the people here would accept. He just had to change the lyrics. This was his specialty, although Wang Wan would hide away every time he changed the lyrics. Wang Wan thought for a while and agreed with the song Zhang Xiaobao chose. She ran to the storeroom and took out an arrow. She slightly adjusted the strings and prepared to play a song. This arrow was designed for adult. Wang Wan's hands were small. When she pulled the strings with her right hand, it was not enough. When she pressed left and right, her fingers were not enough. She had to tighten the strings so that the distance of her left hand was much better. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was tuning beside him. He went closer and looked at Wang Wan carefully. I didn't expect you to know this too. Play 2 springs reflecting the moon. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and continued to tune. When she was almost done, she started to play. 356126115. Don't fool me. This is not an error song. This is a violin song. After the Liangzhu flute, it's the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to play any instruments, but he could hear. He could tell right away and acted like he was an expert. What beginning? This is the main theme. It runs through the entire song. Wang Wan was much better than Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. She had no choice. Her education was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. Only the beginning can run through it. Zhang Xiaobao was unwilling to admit defeat. Wang Wan tried too. She felt a little tired and could not keep up with the music. The main reason was that she was too small and the error was too big. It was not specially designed for her. She stopped playing the Liangzhu flute and started to play the error song. Zhang Xiaobao listened from the side and glanced at Wang Wan from time to time. He found that Wang Wan was even cuter at this moment. That's right. I've listened to this song many times. It describes the temperament of the pine and the cypress that does not fear the cold. When you listen to it, you will think of the poem that someone wrote. Heavy snow presses down on the pine trees, pine trees. Zhang Xiaobao was still acting like an expert. He felt that he should show the same level as Wang Wan and let Wang Wan know that he was not bad in this aspect. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and stopped playing. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, it will be too late tomorrow. Also, remember, this song is called Horse Racing. It's my fault that I didn't play it well. You didn't hear the fast rhythm from it. I like to race while listening to the song. You go do your work. I'll go find someone." Zhang Xiaobao did not show the slightest embarrassment. He stood up and went to find someone. He still looked like he was walking out slowly with his hands behind his back. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's leaving figure, Wang Wan suddenly burst out laughing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was the most interesting. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao called most of the people from the two inner courtyards of Zhuangzi. These people did not know what to do when they arrived at Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. They looked at each other blankly and whispered from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the questions they had written and walked out of the room. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said to the crowd, "Tomorrow night, I think it's a little too boring to stay overnight. Therefore, Cuckoo and I came up with a plan, which is to make tomorrow night more lively. Now, let's divide into groups." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he did not wait for the people in the inner courtyard to respond. He directly went to pick people with Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao divided the people into two groups. One group looked decent and the other was cunning. If looking at someone made people want to laugh out loud, then that person was Zhang Xiaobao's superstar. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was trying her best to pick out the girls. She asked them who could sing well and who could dance a little. After this round of selection, it was already night time. Those who were chosen stayed behind, while those who were not chosen went back to work. Among the people in the inner courtyard, there were a few talents. Some knew how to play a few kinds of huzi, some knew how to play the flute, and some knew how to play a few drums. When there was no one to use them, they could still support the scene. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked these people to eat first and come back immediately after eating. Musical instruments and other things could be found in the grocery store and the storeroom. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also had to eat. In order to save time, there was only one dish for this meal. It was shredded meat with dried tofu and a big bowl of rice. Cuckoo, I've decided. Starting tomorrow, we will think of ways to make violins and pianos. When the time comes, you can teach them to others. Next year, we will prepare in advance and hold a bigger party. Xiaobao put the dried tofu into the bowl and ate it along with the rice as he whimpered. Do you think a violin is like a guitar? It's so easy to make, let alone a piano. If you can make a piano, you have the skills. Why don't we make something more practical? Eat well and don't talk nonsense. Chapter 257. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished eating, the selected people of the inner courtyard also rushed over. They ate even faster. Some of them were still chewing when they came over. They didn't dare to let the young master and young miss wait. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also threw caution to the wind. They taught separately and studied together from time to time. For the whole night, the two of them and the people of the inner courtyard didn't rest for even a moment. When the sun shone on the ground in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yawned and let the people of the inner courtyard rest. They were not allowed to do anything else except eat and sleep. It was time for them to perform in the evening. At this time, the people of the inner courtyard all puffed out their chests. They felt that they were the best. Last night, the young master and young miss kept praising them. They hurriedly ate and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also took a hot bath and fell asleep on the Kong. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up first. They didn't eat anything. It was time to eat in a little more than 2 hours. The two of them still had things to do. Last night, they only wanted to teach others and forgot to set up a stage. There were so many people. If they put the stage on the ground, they couldn't see the people behind them. When the two of them came to the small bridge again, Li Sun and that minister had already arrived and were happily talking. Zhang Xiaobao came. Before he could greet Li Sun, 3 people came over and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao. They kept looking at him up and down. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his pair of innocent eyes and looked back. Wang Wan was also the same. They didn't know if something had happened to the 3 of them. "You are Xiaobao?" one of the 3 people asked. "Yes," Zhang Xiaobao answered. "Xiaobao, this is Aunt Wang." "Quick, greet her," said another young man beside him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood that this was probably someone his mother didn't want to see. She might even be a relative of his. He hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Aunt Wang." "Sigh. Okay, Xiaobao, come, let me hug you." When Aunt Wang heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she squatted down and opened her arms. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaobao let Aunt Wang carry him up. He had already thought it through. No matter who it was, even if it was the person who made his mother unhappy, he had to act innocent and cute at this time. He had to find out the person's background first, and then he would help his mother vent her anger. How could Aunt Wang know that the well-behaved child in her arms was thinking about such a thing? He then looked at Wang Wan, who was standing on the ground and looking up at him, and asked, "Are you Cuckoo from the Wang family?" "Yes, that's me." Wang Wan was also well-behaved. At the same time, she prayed for this Aunt Wang in her heart. She hoped that she didn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao's mother that would make the Jiang Wang clan sad. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's brain and personality, he would suffer for the smallest grievance. "Dezeo, carry Cuckoo too. Don't keep standing on the ground outside, your feet are cold." Aunt Wang called out to Dezeo, the servant girl beside her. Dezeo just wanted to carry Zhang Xiaobao, but Aunt Wang beat her to it. It was good to be able to carry Wang Wan now. She quickly carried Wang Wan and kissed her on the face. Wang Wan didn't do it for nothing. She naturally knew to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao, even if she didn't want to be kissed. After being kissed, she laughed and seemed to be very happy. Jujube watched enviously from the side. Seeing that the 2 cute little guys were carried away, she pouted and drew circles on the ground with her feet. "Xiaobao, tell me, did you eat well at home?" Aunt Wang held Zhang Xiaobao in her arms, and her eyes never left Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She asked softly. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He could only reply with one word, "Yes." "If you do something wrong at home, did your father beat you?" Aunt Wang asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No. Humph. I don't think he would dare." "Xiaobao, are you willing to go to a more interesting place? There's a place called Beijing. It's much better than here. There's a lot of delicious food and there's also fun. The place to live is also better than your home. There's also a group of people to play with you. Do you want to go?" Aunt Wang seemed to be a little anxious. She just said a few words and wanted Zhang Xiaobao to go to Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao thought of many things through these few words. This Aunt Wang seemed to have specially come to see him. She didn't seem to be very respectful to his father. Moreover, she wanted him to go to Beijing. What's the relationship between them? Could it be that she's from his mother's family? In an instant, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the general situation. If that was the case, his mother's family was in Beijing. They were disrespectful to his father and wanted him to go there. Oh, I see. It's a typical situation. It seems that his mother's family should have some power in Beijing. This father of his, although he's usually dull, he's quite capable. He naturally knew what his mother was like. She took care of the entire Zhuangzi in an orderly manner. When she talked to him and Wang Wan, she didn't seem like a girl from an ordinary family at all. She was even able to test his and Wang Wan's homework. No wonder. This was just like him and Wang Wan. If he didn't specifically change his identity to enter prison to study and grew up wandering like other children, he really couldn't compare to Wang Wan, who had received an elite education from a young age. Not to mention other things, just last night, Wang Wan's performance was indeed different. And it could be seen that Wang Wan was well versed in the 4 arts. In that case, he would have to face a snobbish relative in the future. His father's life wouldn't be easy. When he enters Beijing during the spring examination, his first choice would probably be to stay in his mother's family. Then what's the point of taking the examination? He would have to be looked down on all day long. No, definitely not. When his father enters Beijing, he must have a place to stay and support the situation so that people wouldn't dare to look down on him. Otherwise, once his father loses confidence, he can forget about passing the examination, even if there's someone to recommend him. Xiao Bao, are you willing to go to a fun place? Cuckoo can also come along. Aunt Wang saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes darting around and thought that Zhang Xiaobao was tempted, so she asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I'm with my parents, so I'm not going. When the time comes, your mother will also come along. Qiao or will suffer here. Aunt Wang continued to persuade. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao's pupils contracted, but he immediately relaxed. He just wanted to kill someone. He heard that this Aunt Wang wanted to separate his mother and father. Dream on. The momentary change of expression didn't escape Wang Wan's eyes. She was also angry. She also analyzed the general situation and felt that this person from the Wang family was too hateful. They were having a good life, but they wanted to come and destroy it. It's over. Just wait for Xiao Bao's crazy revenge. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao valued his family. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his family. As an orphan, Zhang Xiaobao had a morbid obsession in this aspect. Other things could be discussed, but this kind of thing could only have one result. Zhang Xiaobao's hand was already on the sleeve of his other hand. Wang Wan immediately tensed up. When Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand with a smile, Wang Wan was slightly relieved. She knew that just now, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to kill someone. There was a sharp needle in his sleeve. With Zhang Xiaobao's current strength and the sharpness of the needle, he could easily stab the defenseless Aunt Wang's throat. Most importantly, the place an inch behind the needle was rusty. Even if it didn't kill her, with current medical methods, it might not be able to cure her. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head again. I'm not going. There's still Dad. He was really ready to make a move just now. His hand had already touched the end of the needle. The needle was placed in the hole of the small bamboo piece, and the end was slightly exposed. When the coolness of the needle passed to his hand, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was a bit impulsive. When he encountered this kind of thing, he was a bit unable to tolerate it. Fortunately, he understood that this Aunt Wang was only a member of the Wang family. From the looks of it, she wasn't a relative of his mother. Killing her was useless, so he let go. Aunt Wang didn't know that just now, she had already circled around the gates of hell. She was still there saying, "Xiao Bao, then bring your father along with you. There's also Grandpa and Grandma." Zhang Xiaobao found another reason. This time, Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. She couldn't bring everyone in the Zhang family. She could only temporarily give up on persuading Zhang Xiaobao. When she saw Qiao she would see what she thought. Even so, she didn't put down Zhang Xiaobao. She carried him and walked towards the old man. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a decision in his heart. Right now, he couldn't have too much contact with his mother's family. Unless his father obtained good results and leveled his status, only then would he do so. If he really let his father go to the Wang family now, he wouldn't have to study and would sulk all day. Wang Wan was also being harassed by Date and Juju. When the two servant girls saw Wang Wan, they liked this little girl and kept asking her questions. Wang Wan pretended to be a child while thinking about the future. She was very tired. When Aunt Wang carried Zhang Xiaobao to the old man, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, this is your grandpa Bai. Quickly call him." Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. It seemed that all children had to go through this. In order to pretend to be a child until the end, he could only control his emotions and call out to the old man, "Hello, Grandpa Bai. Good. Look, this little guy is so fun." The old man, who was also the minister, reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face as he said happily. Wang Wan was also carried over. When she was placed together with Zhang Xiaobao, it made people feel a sense of amazement. They were really too suitable. They were no different from a golden couple. Bear with it, and it will be over. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved for Weiwei. Chapter 258. The new year was not far away. The more people there were, the colder the weather became. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past with endless emotions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan endured the torture for almost 2 hours before they were put down. The arms of the person holding them were probably too sore to bear. It was almost time for dinner. The three people of Zhuangzi gathered together and talked about what they used to be like, what they were like now, and what they would be like in the future. All of their faces were brimming with happy smiles. Especially the villagers of Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. When they were talking with the Li family, they didn't forget to call their children over and revolve the topic around them. They had reason to do so. Their children were studying in school, so of course they had to perform well. The Li family also had a school in Zhuangzi, but the children didn't have much time to learn. In addition, there weren't many people to take care of them, so it was very scattered. Their learning was not as good as that of Zhang family and Wang family. The only thing that made the villagers of Zhuangzi feel relieved was that Li Sun, the little prince, had never neglected his children when it came to eating and drinking. With more people, the weather didn't seem so cold. Some people sat in the corner and even took off their outer clothes. There was a brazier in every room, so the temperature wasn't low. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led by a servant to Zhang Wang clan's residence. Father Zhang was also there, and so were their grandparents. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen Aunt Wang yet. It wasn't clear whether Aunt Wang had forgotten or if there were other reasons, but she didn't find this place. These houses were surrounded by Li Sun and the old man's guards. Only the dozen or so yamen runners who lived close to the house didn't leave. They were still guarding the house. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were escorted away yesterday, the rest of the yamen runners happily left with a large amount of New Year goods given by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Originally, they didn't want to accept the gifts, but the Zhang family insisted on giving them away. They went back and forth in order to protect the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they didn't give them something to celebrate the new year, the Zhang family wouldn't feel good. Even the dozen bailiffs left behind went back home yesterday to deliver the gift. The dumplings were to be eaten at night. Now, on the table in front of everyone was a simple hot pot. The cut meat and some vegetables were served on plates. Jars of wine were also placed on the side. Those who wanted to drink could go and get it themselves, as long as they didn't drink too much. The heads of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi, as well as Li Sun, said a few words. Everyone began to eat and chat. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Steward Zhang immediately arranged for people to light the torches on Zhuangzi. There were also many lanterns hanging in each house. When the Zhang family and the Wang family saw those torches, they didn't know what happened later. The people who came before told them what happened during the New Year's Eve. When the people who came to Zhuangzi heard what the head of the Zhang family said about the New Year's Eve, they were all excited. They already knew that Zhuangzi was good, but they didn't expect it to be so good. The old man and Li Sun also heard about this. For this meal, the old man didn't eat between the clouds and the water. He planned to eat first before going back. This was his plan. The head of the family doesn't look like a head of the family. How can he eat with the villagers? He even lit the torches and said that they would light up the sky together. While others were praising, only one person found fault, and that was the Aunt Wang from the Wang family. Dates and Jujube were eating happily. When they heard Aunt Wang's words, they suddenly had the idea of hiding away. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the villagers attacked them. As if realizing that she had said something wrong, Aunt Wang looked around. When she saw that no one was looking at her, she was relieved. She came here yesterday and saw the battle. She wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao yesterday, but something happened, so it was delayed until today. She didn't want to be surrounded by people. Amidst the laughter, they ate for a full 4 hours. After another 2 hours, it would be midnight, which would be next year. After eating, the food was cleaned up by the people who ate. Then, someone placed tea and a few snacks for everyone to wait until nighttime. The old man was very happy today. He drank 2 more bowls of wine and talked a lot. His face was rosy. Just as he was about to leave and return to between the clouds and the water, the people taught by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared on the stage that had been set up in the afternoon. First, there was a song and dance. The old man and Li Sun didn't think much of it. It was really too bad. However, the other villagers were different. They usually didn't have the opportunity to see this, so they all focused on it. When the song and dance was about to end, the old man stood up. Before he could leave the room, 2 people came up and began to perform crosstalk. For them, this was something new. They had never seen it before. Listening to the 2 people on the stage, the crowd laughed from time to time. The old man had also never seen such a thing before. He could only sit down and drink his tea. He digested the food while watching the performance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were slightly nervous. They were afraid that the people they taught would mess up on the stage. Every time the 2 crosstalk performers paused, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would clench their fists. Others didn't know about the pauses and thought that it was just like that. Father Zhang was usually a serious person. At this time, he was also amused by the words of the crosstalk performers. The Wang family and Zhang family sat together, listening and watching. They knew that this matter was caused by the 2 children and praised them from time to time. Mother Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Jiang Wang clan, "Sister, your family Xiaobao is really amazing. Look at this crosstalk performance. It's great. Cuckoo is going to live a good life in the future." Jiang Wang clan was happy to hear this and said, "Cuckoo is also not simple. Look at those songs and dances. I've never seen them before." Jiang Wang clan's words were not so sincere. Instead of praising the song and dance, it was more like praising Wang Wan for being able to teach others songs and dances at such a young age. She had seen many songs and dances in the past. She herself was not bad, but she had never danced in front of outsiders before. Unless she was happy and danced for Father Zhang to add some fun to the bedroom. As the few of them were talking, the old man decided not to leave. He wanted to watch before leaving. His family was also watching with great interest. Aunt Wang wanted to say that the song and dance were not good, but she didn't dare to open her mouth and forced herself to hold back. Who would have thought that after the performance started, There was no intention of stopping. Each of the performers took note of several people. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were checking, they would usually do it in groups. The two of them would just look at each other. If this situation continued, the performance might not be finished by tomorrow morning. The performers arranged the time well. Those who waited for a long time went to a place specially prepared for them to take a nap. After all, the performance was different from the performance. Wang family's girl, did you see that? This is the ability of the Zhang family. During the New Year, which Zhuangzi can do such a thing? Especially the crosstalk and skit performances. There are even people who stand up to say New Year greetings and introduce the performance. Not to mention Zhuangzi, there are no such people in the palace. The old man didn't want to leave. He leaned on a reclining chair specially prepared for him and said to Aunt Wang, who was also attracted by the performance. Li Sun echoed, Minister Shangshu is right. In the past few years, I was either in the palace or in the manor for the New Year. Other than playing the zither, singing, and dancing, there were some people who recited poems. It was boring. It's better here. I didn't expect them to come up with such a new thing. When I go back, I must tell Imperial Uncle. Aunt Wang didn't speak at this time. It wasn't that she felt that she was wrong, but that she was attracted by the skit on the stage. She clearly heard what the two of them said, but she couldn't find the time to say it. She could only smile and nod at them, making them think that she knew that she was wrong in the past. Time passed quickly while watching the performance. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The performance stopped, the dumplings began to be cooked, and the firecrackers were hung up. Of course, the things made at home were not as reluctant to use as the things bought outside. A total of more than 3 million firecrackers, together with some simple fireworks, sounded and flew away in the sound of New Year's greetings. The more than 3 million firecrackers were divided into 20 portions, each with 150,000 firecrackers. The fireworks rose into the sky one after another. The sound of the firecrackers seemed to not stop. The children covered their ears and moved forward, jumping and shouting. When the sound of the firecrackers disappeared, everyone only felt that their heads were buzzing, but no one complained. Their thoughts were simple. The firecrackers were to drive away some things. The firecrackers were so loud that they thought that those things that shouldn't come out would not appear again. Delicious, these dumplings are delicious. The villagers were honest. When they saw the dumplings, some were dipped in chives, some were dipped in fermented bean curd, and some were dipped in garlic sauce or chili sauce. They ate one dumpling in 2 mouthfuls and drank some dumpling soup. The villagers of Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family were better. After all, they usually ate pretty well. If they wanted to eat dumplings, they could make them once every 2 or 3 days. As they ate the different flavors of the dumplings, they thought about how good their master was. On the other hand, the Li family couldn't compare to Li Sun. Li Sun did give a lot of benefits to the villagers, but what he gave was different from what the Zhang and Wang families gave. He directly gave them things, and when something happened, he would give them something for them to take back to eat. Or, when it was done, everyone would eat together. In Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family would not only help during festivals and heavy work, but also help the villagers raise livestock and poultry. They would also arrange some small handicrafts for the idle people at home. No matter what it was, it could increase their income. The people of Zhuangzi did not dare to make dumplings for fun when they had nothing to do. The noodles were precious enough, but they also had to put meat in them. If they did not put meat in the dumplings, it would be a pity that they did not have enough noodles and oil. At this time, when they ate the dumplings made by Zhang family and Wang family, they almost bit their tongues off. "Where are our dumplings?" Wang Wan asked the person who was serving the dumplings at this time. She and Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat such oily things. When they were young, it was to grow up. Now, they could use other things to supplement their nutrition. Chapter 259. When other people ate dumplings, they put a lot of oil in the meat filling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made their own dumplings, which didn't have much oil in it. The beef, pork, and onion dumplings, as well as the sanxian dumplings, also didn't have so much oil. Instead, they put some soup in the filling, then froze it and wrapped it in the dumpling skin. In this way, the former was not greasy, while the latter was fresh. Especially the soup in the dumplings, they could drink it first when eating. Hearing Wang Wan's words, someone immediately brought the dumplings over. There were 2 plates, 1 plate of the same kind, all cooked. It was the new year, so they ate boiled dumplings and steamed dumplings on normal days. As soon as the 2 of them started eating, Li Sun came over. He didn't like to eat oily dumplings, including the minister. Rich people didn't lack oily dumplings. Happy New Year, Grandpa Zhang. Happy New Year, Grandma Zhang. Li Sun was sensible and greeted them one by one. He said nice words, but he didn't kneel down and kowtow. When he greeted them, others also wanted to greet them. Li Sun quickly stopped them and said, "Brother Zhang and I feel like old friends at first sight. You are all elders, so you can't greet the younger generation. If you have prepared New Year's money, haha." When he said that, the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't know what to do. His identity was there. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Hurry up and give me the money." Everyone took out their New Year's money. Li Sun took it one by one with a smile. He came here to build a relationship and to see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate. He knew that the 2 children could eat anything, but that was when they were surviving in the wild. They were usually picky about food. This could be seen from the dishes the 2 of them made last time. They didn't like to eat greasy food. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd and found that there was indeed a person called Demute, which made him even more sure that this person was an expert. However, he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for people to come over. As long as he came over, Demute, who was sitting in the next room, would also come over. At this time, Xiaobao had just taken a bite of a dumpling. His mouth was small, so he couldn't eat one dumpling at a time. The stuffing inside was exposed. He wrapped the dumpling into a ball and looked at the plate. There was only some stuffing that had fallen out when he was eating. There wasn't much oil. Li Sun immediately understood. The 2 of them were eating alone, and the dumplings on the other plate were definitely different from the one he was eating. "Xiaobao, you're too mean. You and Cuckoo are eating good food secretly, but you didn't send it to me. My dumplings are greasy and greasy." Zhang Xiaobao just remembered that there were people over there who didn't like to eat dumplings. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "Well, there are a lot of dumplings like this. Ask someone to cook them and bring them up. Remember to take a small bite when you eat this sanxian stuffing. Otherwise, don't blame others if it's hot." Li Sun was waiting for this sentence. He knew that he would be able to eat good food in a while. He said hello and turned back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to eat the pig's claws. The pig's claws were not freshly made. They were made yesterday. After they were mashed, they were cold and could be chewed. When Li Sun returned to his place, he saw Minister Bai eating dumplings with a frown. He quickly said, "Minister Bai, wait a moment. I just found out that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating good food secretly. There wasn't much oil in the dumplings." When Minister Bai heard that there was little oil over there, he put down his chopsticks and waited. Some of his family members also didn't eat. They usually ate well, but they didn't like to eat. After a while, the dumplings were served. This time, it felt different. The old man ate 2 in a row. After eating, he drank some dumpling soup and said, "It's really different. The Zhang family really knows how to enjoy life." "Sir, you're right. My little wife is here. How can she not know how to enjoy life? The Zhang family took advantage of us." Aunt Wang finally couldn't help but give credit to her family. The old man smiled and didn't comment. He had already asked around. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had a good life when the 2 children were about to turn 1. From then on, everything seemed to be different. He didn't know what was going on. Date and Jujube also tasted the two kinds of dumplings. They found that they were really different. After thinking about it, they still chose to eat the one with more oil. The two of them usually didn't eat so much good food. Anyway, the taste was about the same for them. It was better to eat more oil. Date, do you think that if the little wife comes home, will the house be so lively? Jujube envied the people here, especially after knowing the approximate monthly salary of pomegranate, cherries, and xiaohong. She hated that she couldn't be one of them. There was also the shop assistant between the clouds and the water. She could actually get so much money as a reward. In the capital, even the shopkeepers of some small shops couldn't get this much money. A few strings of coins a month was already not bad. Now, she was wondering if the little girl could go home and then turn the house into such a state. Date was also envious, but she knew her own limit. She said to Jujube, "Don't think about it. The little wife won't go back. Life here was not good. Her family never said anything about helping. Now that she has money and an official, it's difficult to find a way to go back." Isn't that so? There's only one dock in the whole county. There are mountains and so many shops. Look at their village. How comfortable it is to stay here. In the whole Sanshui County, it's their place. They can do whatever they want. Yesterday, even if Li Sun didn't protect them, those people who came here wouldn't get any benefit. What can they do if they go back? How could it be as good as here? There were still many people in the capital who could not be offended. He did not need to personally buy clothes in the capital. He could just get someone to go over. There was also a need for him to use powder. He could do it. Also, there are many restaurants in the capital. You can eat some good food. Look at between the clouds and the water. There's also the first restaurant by the water at the dock. I heard that some of the dishes they make are better than the restaurants in the capital. They do this so they won't go there. Jujube also thought it through. If it were her, she wouldn't do it either. People lived comfortably here and went to the capital to look for trouble. But in this way, her family couldn't expect to be like here. The monthly salary was small, and they were always afraid of being punished for doing something wrong. Just as she was feeling sad, Date came up with an idea. Jujube, if the little wife doesn't go back, can we stay and serve her? After all, the status of the Zhang family is different now. Back then, they didn't even have a servant girl as a dowry, and they didn't give any dowry. We have to compensate them, right? That's right. Back then, they didn't give anything. Aunt Wang definitely won't agree. Why don't we go and beg the little wife? Even if I don't want the monthly salary, I still want to stay here. Jujube yearned for this place. She discussed with Date about going to beg the little wife of her family. At the same time, she vigilantly looked at Aunt Wang, who was sitting there and eating dumplings slowly. Date was also tempted, but she was afraid that Aunt Wang would find out about this and be punished. She hesitated and didn't know what to do. Date, let's go secretly. Aunt Wang didn't give the little wife a New Year's greeting just now. We'll use this as an excuse. If she really wants to find trouble with us, we'll say that she didn't give us a New Year's greeting. Little Zhao gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. As long as Lady Qiao wanted her, she believed that her family would agree. At that time, she would be able to bring her and Big Zhao's contract and not be bullied at home. When Big Date heard this, he nodded and stood up with Small Date. They slowly retreated until they reached the entrance. When they saw that Auntie Wang had not noticed them, they turned around and entered another room. They kept shuttling back and forth between the rooms. After they had gone through more than 10 rooms, they finally stopped and let out a long sigh. I know. It's over there. Let's go. Jujube patted her chest with her hand, and her nervous mood eased a little. The two of them started to walk around again. They didn't dare to go straight to the outside, so they could only walk from one house to another. The two of them were grateful to the Zhang and Wang families for building simple houses that were meant to be lively. There were doors everywhere and there was no shelter. They could walk around however they wanted. The two were about to reach their destination. They were only 3 rooms away. At this time, a servant girl wearing the clothes of the Zhang family's inner courtyard came over with a compass. The two didn't pay attention and bumped into her. With a series of cracking sounds, the porcelain plates were all broken into pieces. Not a single one could be found intact. Big Date and Little Date were scared out of their wit. Looking at the plate on the ground, they couldn't say a single word. All they could think of was that this maidservant would be beaten to death. This compass was not ordinary. There were even golden threads where the flowers were drawn. Perhaps one of them was a string of 10? Date, what should we do? Should we take the blame or ignore her and run? Jujube was so scared that she started to tremble. Her voice also trembled. Take the blame. Will we be pulled back home by Aunt Wang? What should we do? Date was also confused. The one who wasn't confused was the servant girl who hit the plates. She stood there and looked at the plates on the ground, then looked at the 2 people who should also be servant girls. She sighed helplessly. Don't just stand there. Help me pick up the pieces. It will be troublesome if they stab someone. I will be scolded. Be careful. Don't leave anything behind. Don't cut your hand. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up the pieces. She put the small pieces on top of the big ones. Date and Jujube could only pick up the pieces. While picking, they looked at the servant girl's face. She was still calm, but she was a little annoyed. This sister, it's all our fault. We were in a hurry just now and bumped into you. How much are these plates? We can take some out. Jujube thought about the money she saved with great difficulty. She was a little distressed. She was even more afraid that she and Date wouldn't have enough money to compensate. I don't know. I didn't buy it. You don't need to take it. How much money do you have? Keep it for yourself. The servant girl's movements were nimble. She had already picked up a lot and said to Jujube. Chapter 260. Dezeo, Jujube, and the 3 maidservants called Chiu-ju looked up at the same time. Steward Zhang, why are you here? Just in time, help me pick them up, there are too many broken pieces. Chiu-ju saw that it was Steward Zhang and immediately called out to him. Under the surprised and disbelieving gazes of Dezeo and Xiao Zhao, Steward Zhang really squatted down to help pick up the pieces. As he picked, he said, You have to be careful in the future. If you hurt yourself or others, you will be in pain for a few days. Don't you have a special bag for holding dishes? Remember to take it. I know, I was in a hurry to deliver the dishes just now, so I didn't take them. Steward Zhang, I'll take the rest. Help me get something to hold it. Chiu-ju saw that the broken pieces were placed on a slightly tidy table, and said to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang immediately went to find something to hold the dishes. Dezeo and Jujube stood there in a daze, looking at the maidservant in front of them, speechless for a moment. What's wrong with you? Is it cold? Quickly go to the brazier over there to warm it. Thank you. Chiu-ju said to Dezeo and Jujube. This time, the 2 of them finally came back to their senses. Looking at the calm expression of the maidservant in front of them, Jujube asked tentatively, Sister, you won't be punished, right? The plates are worth a lot of money. If you hurt others, you will be punished. If you hurt yourself, you will also be scolded. Now that no one is hurt, it's fine. Fortunately, I didn't hurt you. Chiu-ju let out a sigh of relief. Dezeo and Jujube took a deep breath. They didn't dare to believe what the maidservant in front of them said. Being punished and scolded wasn't based on how many plates were broken, but on whether or not you hurt others or yourself. Dezeo exhaled and asked, Sister, what if you hurt others or yourself? Was he hurt? That would be troublesome. If someone were to be injured, I would have to call a doctor over immediately. I would also have to see where the injury was. If I were to delay their work, I would have to report it to the inner court, and the inner court would pay for the delay. If I hurt myself, that would be too scary. Please don't do it. I will be specially called to listen to how to follow the steps when working. I will also have to write at least 30 times. It is very tiring, even more tiring than working. Look at my hand, it is not injured at all. I am so happy. Chiu-ju waved her white hands in front of Date and Jujube, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Big Zao and Jujube did not expect that they would receive such a punishment. Liar? The inner courtyard would pay for her injuries, but she would only have to write something when she was injured. This meant that the maidservant in front of her had to be literate. Which Zhuangzi or Zhuangzi's manner would be like this? If it were him, he would at least be beaten up. Jujube swallowed her saliva and asked again, Sister, what if the plate is broken? If it is broken, then it is broken. It can't be fixed. What else can we do? Throw it away. Find a place where no one can touch it. Otherwise, it will hurt people again. Why is Steward Zhang not here yet? Why is he taking so long to find something? I still have work to do, but others have already rushed to finish it. Chiu-ju dealt with the plate very simply. She threw it away, but she was not satisfied with Steward Zhang. She pouted and muttered. Sister, Jujube said that you don't need to pay for this plate? Date asked from the side. Chiu-ju laughed. She suddenly smiled. Pay for what? It is just a plate. If it is gone we can just buy it. Young Madam said that if the plate is gone we can think of a way to get it. Talent is the most important. We can't use money to measure talent. In your manner, will you be beaten if you hit a plate? It is not like that here. If something happens, the punishment is usually to hurt yourself or put yourself in a dangerous place. The plate does not matter. We all know that the master is good. We all fight to do the work. No one will be lazy. That will be looked down upon by others. They will not even talk to you. It is so good that there is actually such a master. To be able to do things in such a place, I will also fight to do the work. It is like a dream. When Jujube heard Chiu-ju's words, her eyes turned red. It was unknown whether she was envious or touched. She said faintly. Date was the same. Looking at her white and tender hands, and then looking at his and Jujube's hands that were frozen and cracked while washing clothes, he knew how she worked. She must have let a man do the washing. Otherwise, how could the maidservant's hands be so good? Aya, what did you do to your hands? You washed the clothes, right? You did not know how to boil some hot water. Next time, remember to wash it with hot water. It is fast and clean. After washing, apply some oil on your hands. You are not afraid of cracking. I still have some. I will give you a small jar later. The master made it himself. There is deer oil, snake oil, and badger oil. It is very good. Look at my hands. I still have 2 jars. After the new year, I can go and get more on the 15th. It is enough. When Chiu-ju saw Date looking at her hands, she looked at the 2 people's hands. The cracks on them were scary. Date knew that he guessed wrong. He tried his best to shrink his hands into the sleeves of his clothes. Thank you, sister. She did not need to ask how the money for the firewood was calculated. The master could even give such a precious hand oil on time. What was the money for the firewood? People could not be compared. It seemed that Lady Qiao would not go back. If she went back, what about the rules? Yes, she and Jujube must think of a way to stay. As long as they stayed, they could be like them. They did not need to care about the dishes. When they were working, they would be protected by something. They just needed to work hard. Date was determined to come here. He turned to look at Jujube. Jujube also had the same look. Steward Zhang finally came. He smiled at Chiu-ju who was waiting there and said, I was busy with something just now. You go and do your work. I will clean up. Chiu-ju pouted. She stood up and said, You delayed my work. Humph. Date and Jujube looked at Chiu-ju who left enviously. A person who was willing to work could give the housekeeper a hard time. The housekeeper still had to stand firm. It was unbelievable. The 2 of them looked at each other and continued to walk towards their destination. Father, eat more ginger. Staying in the house all day is too dark. It is easy to catch a cold. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to make more ginger slices and send them to Father. Zhang Xiaobao saw his father retch when he drank the dumpling soup. He knew that his father's stomach was cold. When he washed it with hot water, it would be like this. He picked up a few ginger slices from a plate of fish and placed them on his father's plate. Father Zhang did not like to eat ginger. When he heard his son's words, he picked up the ginger slices and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed vigorously and said, "It's delicious. My son knows how to care for his father. Eat more in the future. Mother, try this fish. It is made directly from the sauce of the live fish." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat beside the gills and placed it on his mother's plate. Wang Wan was also doing the same thing. She grew up in a traditional family and knew what to do. No matter what the children gave them, the two families would immediately eat it and praise how delicious it was. At this kind of warm moment, Date and Jujube suddenly appeared. Seeing the two families getting along well, they stood at the door and did not dare to make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned around at the same time. The person sitting in front also happened to see Date and Jujube. You? You are Date? Zhang Wangclan was sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao. She also turned around and looked at the two maids. She felt that they looked familiar, so she guessed and asked. Date and Jujube wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Wish young master a Happy New Year. Here. Date and Jujube seemed to have discussed it a long time ago. The two of them spoke at the same speed and in the same order. They knelt there and kowtowed one by one. After a round of kowtowing, they still knelt there and did not get up. Okay, get up. You are so far away and yet you are still here. Come and eat something. Zhang Wangclan saw that the maids at home had come to wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Even if she was angry, she could not vent it on them. She also knew that the maids at home could not be compared to the maids here. They had to endure hardships and tiredness, but they could not do anything wrong. Date and Jujube were still kneeling there. Jujube kowtowed to Zhang Wangclan a few more times and said, "Lady Qiao, please let Date and me stay. We don't want to go back. We will work hard and not be lazy. Our family is not as good as ours. Just now, Date and I accidentally bumped into Qiu Ju's older sister, and the plate broke. Date and I were scared and thought that it was over. Then the housekeeper came, and then..." Without Jujube saying anything, Zhang Wangclan also knew what was going on. The rules were set by her son and daughter-in-law, and there were also people patrolling back and forth at night. At first, she did not think much of it, but later on, she realized that the maids in the courtyard did not need to be urged to do anything. If there was work, someone would do it. Sometimes, when there was nothing to do, the maids in the courtyard would go find work themselves. It was easier to manage them than before. How many things could be broken? It was impossible for the maids to break things every day. That little bit of money could not be compared to their enthusiasm for work. Date and Jujube must have seen Qiu Ju break things. When the housekeeper saw it, he first asked if Qiu Ju was okay. If Qiu Ju was fine, then he did not care about the situation. Usually, there was no comparison, but today they saw that the maids were treated differently. It was no wonder that they wanted to come over. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Hey, get up. We have to wait for housekeeper Wang to come over. She didn't come? Zhang Wangclan stretched out her hand to pull Date and Jujube. As she spoke, her expression darkened. The maids were here, and you, as a housekeeper, dared to not come over to pay your New Year's greetings? Aunt Wang didn't know that Date and I were coming over. We were afraid that she would not let us. If we wanted to do something here, she would beat us to death. Jujube said as she wiped away her tears. Zhang Wangclan thought for a moment. All right, if she doesn't want to come, then so be it. I am no longer a member of the Wang clan. I am the daughter-in-law of the Zhang clan. I will get someone to do the work for you too. Even if I have to buy it, I will buy it for you. Chapter 261. Zhang Xiaobao's father was relieved, but Zhang Xiaobao was angry. A steward actually dared to not greet the young ladies in the manner on New Year's Eve, nor did he come to the Zhang family to greet the son-in-law. What was this? A steward who could come here meant that he wasn't the most important person in the manor. He was just a deputy, yet he dared to treat his mother and the Zhang family like this. Wasn't this looking down on people through a crack in the door? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and sat there in deep thought. His hand tapped on his face. Wang Wan saw this from the side. She thought to herself, it's over. He had already offended Xiao Bao in the day, and now he had offended Xiao Bao's mother. I wonder if that Aunt Wang can go back alive? Wang Wan believed that Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could do something unimaginable for his family. The Jia County magistrates were scheming against the entire Zhang family. Zhang Xiaobao didn't intend to kill anyone when he sent the bailiffs over. He only wanted to force the steward away. It would be better if the steward could be dealt with, and it could be resolved peacefully. However, the steward was directly facing his mother. Thinking about what he had done in the past, it might not be peaceful this time. The Jiang Wang clan also saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions. She knew what her son was like. Her son had done this many times, and the other party didn't get any benefits. According to her daughter-in-law, he was full of evil tricks. Xiao Bao, if she doesn't come over, then so be it. When we go back, someone will deal with her. Don't do anything, do you hear me? The Jiang Wang clan was afraid that her son would do something. She might not believe that others had the ability, but if her son wanted to deal with a steward, it was too easy. Zhang Xiaobao unwillingly picked up his chopsticks again, and put something in his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Okay, I know." Date and Jujube were still in a state of surprise. As for Aunt Wang, they didn't care. She had beaten them many times. Now that they heard what Lady Qiao said to the young master, it seemed that this child was very scary as long as he made a move. What ability did a little kid have? Dezeo and Jujube could not figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. Looking at the expressions of the others, it seemed to be true. No one doubted it. What could he do? Date Jujube, go back and tell Steward Wang that young Master Zhang has said that she doesn't need to come over. Go back and find someone to send over your indenture contract. The two of you can stay in Zhuangzi. Then go look for Qiuju, whom you saw just now, and ask her to teach you the rules of the courtyard. The Jiang Wang clan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that her son had agreed. This precious son of hers was frightening when he did things. Yesterday, when they killed people with crossbows, some of the bailiffs were so scared that their legs were trembling, not to mention the other villagers and children. Only her son and daughter-in-law stood there, completely fine. In the end, they were taken away, but they were still celebrating happily. Could be said that they were calm, but it could also be said that these two children were the kind of people who killed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, she knew that her son was good to his family and would do everything possible to make his family safe. That Steward Wang had offended her, and with Xiao Bao's ability, he would not be able to find out the cause of her death. The Jiang Wang clan was sure of this. While she was happy to have such a good son, she was also worried for that Steward Wang. She hoped that she would leave quickly and not cause any more trouble. She had served the Wang family for decades, and it would not be good for her to die on her side. Zhang Xiaobao no longer wanted to deal with that Steward Wang. He was thinking about how to push his father up the rank. Without strength, people would not respect you. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Zeo and Jujube held hands as they walked back. They did not walk back and forth in the room, but directly went outside. Now, the two of them were relieved. In the future, they could do things in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They could be like Qiuju, breaking plates and bowls, and not be beaten again. Also, the clothes in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi were much better than what they wore. They also had a higher monthly allowance. As long as they did things properly, they would be fine. Actually, where was not a good job. If they were always afraid of making mistakes, they would not be able to do things smoothly. When the two of them returned, They happened to see Aunt Wang sitting there angrily. They have no rules at all. Where did they go? They didn't even say hello. When they come back, if we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the sky upside down? Zhao and Jujube were shocked. When they realized that they were no longer under her management, they puffed up their chests and walked over confidently. Steward Wang, Zhao and I, what did you call me? Well, I see that the two of you are bold. Come here, see how I deal with you. When Steward Wang heard Jujube call him that, he became even angrier and shouted for the two of them to go over. Zhao and Jujube were not afraid at all. They directly walked over and stood in front of Steward Wang, looking down at him, who said that servant girls did not have a temper. They were used to being bullied in the past. Today they finally turned the tables. I told you to get out. Who asked you to call me that? Steward Wang gritted his teeth and said. He reached out to pinch the thighs of the two of them. Pa! With a sound, Zhao and Jujube slapped Steward Wang's hand away at the same time. They did it with a lot of strength. Steward Wang, we are now Miss Qiao's servant girls. In the future, we will be under the management of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Master wants us to tell you to quickly go back and have someone send our contract of servitude over. Also, you don't have to go over to pay your New Year greetings. Madam doesn't want to see you. Little Zhao was finally able to hold her head up high today. That slap just now had quite a bit of strength behind it. Even now, there were still a few bruises on her leg. Ever since they left home, on the way here, Steward Wang would always pinch her whenever he found a reason to do something. He even wanted to pinch her again. Steward Wang was beaten silly. When did the two servant girls dare to hit him? When he was not feeling well, he kept finding trouble with the two servant girls. When he heard Jujube's words, he finally understood that she had found a backing and was not afraid of him anymore. You want to take back the contract? Dream on. As long as I am alive, you can forget about leaving. That Zhang Zhong dares to let someone pass the message. Who does he think he is? Steward Wang's temper rose. Who do you think you are? If you are tired of living, I will send you on your way. Without waiting for Big Date and Little Date to speak, Li Sun had already started scolding. Just now, he had to go over and greet them as a junior. Could it be that a steward of the Wang family is more powerful than me? Even I have to listen to my father and treat the Zhang and Wang family's farmsteads well. I'm the number one in running errands for them. He's a master, but he's not a good person. What am I, an errand runner? Little prince, I am not talking about you. You are. Steward Wang was really scared now. Yesterday, she saw the little prince's people shoot those people. Li Sun did not even look her in the eye as she said, Go back quickly. Leave early in the morning tomorrow and do as my Uncle Zhang says. Quickly get someone to deliver the contracts of their servitude. Otherwise, I will chase after the capital and twist your head off. Let's see if your family can protect you. Steward Wang only knew that the little prince was celebrating the new year here. She was just in time to help someone come to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to make trouble. She did not expect the little prince to stand with the Zhang family. She looked at the two maidservants who slapped her just now and sighed. She nodded and said, Little prince, don't worry. I will do as you say. I will go back early tomorrow morning and send Big Date and Jujube's things here. Don't listen to me. Listen to your son-in-law. He is the head of the Zhang family and a level 7 cloud cavalry officer. Li Sun did not give Steward Wang any face at all. Yes, it is the son-in-law's. I will definitely listen. Steward Wang could only follow. She did not dare to refute. She could easily lose her life. Since the things were going to be given, Steward Wang turned to Big Date and Jujube. She squeezed out a sad expression and said, Big Date, Jujube, I really don't want you to leave. It's just like raising a girl and marrying her off to another family. Come, Big Jujube, Small Jujube, Auntie has brought some money here. Keep it. Don't let anyone else know about it. In the future, when you do something wrong, take it out when you are punished. the punishment should be lighter. Don't be afraid of breaking things. Come, take it. Auntie won't be able to stay by your side to protect you in the future." As he spoke, Steward Wang picked out 2 pieces of broken silver, each weighing 1 coin, from his money pouch and stuffed them into Big Date and Jujub's hands. Big Date and Jujube took a step back at the same time, avoiding Steward Wang's hand. Jujube curled her lips and said, "We don't want your money. It's just that you always hit us. If Zhangjia Zhuangzi breaks something, as long as you don't hurt anyone, you won't be punished. We also didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong with doing more? We just want the contract of selling ourselves. We don't want anything else. Don't send us that thin and small quilt that we use to sleep. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has already prepared it for us. You definitely don't know, but Zhangjia Zhuangzi washes clothes with hot water and hand oil. Unlike you, you just let us use cold water to wash outside. Our hands are already swollen from the cold, and we still have to do other chores. When we wash the dishes, we can't even hold it properly. How can we not hit you? You even rushed us so urgently. Don't even think about bullying us in the future. You offended Miss Chiao, and you didn't even get to see her face. Just wait for your punishment when you go back." The more Jujube spoke, the more wronged she felt. Her tears kept falling, and the people around her also felt sad. Steward Wang didn't expect the Zhang family to treat their servants like this. This had never happened before. He shook his head and said, "Impossible, unless Zhang Zhong is stupid." "Who are you talking about? I think you don't want to leave here alive. Sister Big Date, Sister Jujube, come with me. I'll tell you the rules. Tomorrow morning, you will go back to get your things. The 2 of you will stay in the same room. Don't be afraid. At night, there will be people patrolling and keeping watch." At this time, Chiuju came in from another door and happened to hear Steward Wang's words. She threatened him, and when she turned to Big Date and Jujube, she smiled and pulled them to another place. "How is this possible? If you treat them so well, won't they turn the sky upside down?" Steward Wang was still muttering. Chapter 262. The joyous New Year's Eve passed. When the sky brightened up again, those who had not slept the entire night were saved from paying their New Year's greetings. They had gathered together last night and had already paid their respects to each other. They had also given out all the New Year's money. There were also many candies and other things distributed by the Zhang family. They were all given to the children in Zhuangzi. This allowed the children to save money on candies. Each child was also given 500 firecrackers and a small bundle of incense for them to unwrap. Everyone returned to their own homes. The houses were temporarily left here. They would be used again after the 15th day of the first lunar month, which was also the Lunar New Year's Eve. Li Sun also left with his people and returned to Zhuangzi. When he left, he promised that he would return in 2 days. That old man, who was a minister, actually did not feel tired even after enduring for an entire night. Perhaps it was caused by the continuous performances, especially the crosstalk and skits that were interspersed with the singing and dancing performances. When one laughed, one's body no longer felt sleepy. When the sun rose, the old man arranged for someone to send manager Wang away. Ever since Li Sun told her not to say anything wrong, she really did not say a word. She sat there, other than eating, she was thinking about things. Perhaps it was because the things that happened today had a huge impact on her. She also saw the enthusiasm of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They did not need anyone to care about them at all. When there was work to be done, they would rush to do it. Their faces were always full of joy. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, the hairpins on their heads, their fair skin, and the way they talked, no one would have thought that they were the servants of Zhuangzi. When Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they fell asleep as soon as they hit the pillow. The 2 of them were tired. Housekeeper Zhang would come over to ask about something, and they had to take care of every family member. They would pick up the food, say something to make the family happy, and perform a few small acts. After a while, The child's body finally couldn't take it anymore. Big Zao and Jujube didn't feel sleepy at all. The two of them were in a state of excitement. Today, not only did they take revenge on Manager Wang, they also followed Lady Qiao here to do something. They slapped her and said a few words to vent their anger. In their eyes, this was the best revenge. Qiuju yawned as she led the two of them to the courtyard. She arranged a room for them in one of the courtyards where the maidservants lived. She then brought the two of them to the storeroom to get their things. They were given 3 sets of clothes and shoes, 2 sets of bedding and pillows, and 2 sets of tools for grooming and washing. They didn't have money, so the main family gave them a silver hairpin. When they had money, they would exchange it for something better. But this was already very good for the two of them. Hand oil and some gadgets for daily maintenance, as well as some handicrafts for decorating the room. When Qiuju gave the two of them some of the 4 treasures of the study, the two of them blinked and asked, "Did I get it wrong? These things should be for the master and the young master, right?" "That's right, the ones used by the master and the young master are better than the ones used by us. The ones we used were of average quality. They were bought from other places and were cheap. They were left behind from the last time we did an advertisement for Between the Clouds and the Water. We haven't used them since. It seems that the two of you can't read. In the future, if you want to learn how to do things in the courtyard, you have to at least be able to read, write, and keep accounts. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is in the inner courtyard. In the future, we might send you out to do things. If you don't know how to do these things, how can we let you out? Other than learning these, you have to learn other things. Don't worry, there's time to learn, especially when you're on night watch. There's not much work in the courtyard usually, so when there's time, you have to hurry up and learn. The courtyard specially hired a teacher to teach us. If there's anything we don't understand, we can ask the teacher. If the teacher can't answer, then we can ask the steward, the master, and the madam. If the steward, the master, and the madam also can't answer, then it means that you're asking about something else. You can ask the young master and the young madam. Basically, the problem isn't a problem anymore. Qiuju explained to Zao and Jujube. The more they listened, the more surprised and happy they were. Many times they dreamed that they could learn how to read, but when they woke up, it was still the same life. Now, the two of them felt that they were dreaming. After dreaming so much, they were afraid of dreaming. "Let's go, don't stand here in a daze. The two of you should rest first. I'll go back and sleep for a while. When I wake up in the afternoon, I have to do things. During the new year, we take turns to rest. Those who went to bed early last night have to get up and do things now." Qiuju could understand the two's behavior when they were together. There weren't many families that could let their servant girls learn these things. They didn't need to, unless it was the personal servant of a young lady. Everyone in the Zhang family and Wang family had to learn. They had to learn even if they didn't want to. Zao and Jujube went back to their room in a daze. After Qiuju told them that they couldn't go out and do things now, the two of them sat on the warm Kong bed and looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. However, they understood that it was a blessing from their previous lives to be able to find such a master. They had to work hard in the future. After New Year's Eve, it was the 15th. During this time, the sound of firecrackers never stopped. The two Zhuangzi children could go to the grocery store every 3 days to get 500 firecrackers to play with. After all, Zhuangzi were in the business of making firecrackers. They didn't lack these things. It was the wish of all adults to let their children have a happy new year. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the three Zhuangzi still discussed and decided to celebrate together. However, on the 13th day, Guingxi from the Gu family came to find them and wanted to join them. This time, it became 4 Zhuangzi together. Guingxi couldn't do anything about it. The pressure was too great. Zhang family and Li families gathering on New Year's Eve made the Gu family's villagers very envious. They would talk about it whenever they had nothing to do. After Guingxi found out about it, he sighed at how rich the 3 families were. He had no choice but to think of a way to organize a gathering. Coincidentally, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. This time, he would have to spend a lot of money. Seeing that the three Zhuangzi were going to be together again, he came to find them to discuss it. This way they could save some money. After getting the approval of the three families, Guingxi trotted back to his own Zhuangzi. He immediately asked the people in the inner courtyard to go out and advertise. He also knew how to use this phrase now. He told the villagers that the lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month would be provided by the master family. Each family would have one lantern. As for new clothes, there was no need. They had already been given them during the new year. They couldn't wear them for 15 days and become old. There were also firecrackers. Like the lanterns, the Zhang family gave them to Guingxi at cost price. Guingxi didn't forget about the effect of the Zhang family's words last year at this time. He also asked people to light torches. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month last year, there was a moon in the sky. According to the situation where clouds covered the moon on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month and the snow lit up the lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the 15th day of the first lunar month was a sunny day. They could see the stars. It should be a good day. After finishing all of this, Guingxi heaved a sigh of relief. He sat at the door and looked at the small bridge. He muttered, "I've been troubled by you all." Then he looked at the happy smiles on his Zhuangzi and muttered again, "But it seems that I've taken out more, but I've actually earned more." On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the old man, who didn't know who the minister was, naturally brought his family to participate in the celebration. He was very satisfied with the Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Other than walking around, he saw people with happy expressions on their faces. When everyone was happy, he was happy too. Kong do you see this? This is the hearts of the people. What the Zhang family and the Wang family do is to win the hearts of the people. Other families don't dare to do what they do, but they can let the people eat and wear warm clothes. If you think of the people in your heart, the people will think of you. When the old man saw such a village, he said to his son beside him. Conger nodded. "Father, I understand. I will be a good official in the future. I won't be greedy for a single penny. I think of the people all day long." Wrong. I don't want you to be such an official. Do you see County Magistrate Cheng? Just be an official like him. You won't lack money and you can also get a good reputation. The people under your rule will also live a good life. The old man had been an official for so many years. How could he not know which kind of official was the most popular? However, Jia County magistrates didn't understand. He was much worse than County Magistrate Cheng. As long as he did things steadily and made Sanshui County further improve, he wouldn't lack money. He would also have political achievements. Why bother? Father, County Magistrate Cheng just got political achievements. They are greedy. Conger asked, puzzled. The old man said with a smile, "He doesn't covet the people's money. He covets Zhangjia Zhuangzi's money. Do you know what he did in the capital? He visited the officials one by one, organized poetry gatherings, spread Zhang Zhong's poems every time, and invited people to banquets in big restaurants. Do you think he has so much money?" So much money? I understand. It's the Zhang family who gave him the money. Conger understood now. As long as he had a relationship with some rich people in the local area, helped them do some small things, and then improved the lives of the local people, he would be a good official. The old man used the people's hearts of Zhangjia Zhuangzi to teach his son. Night slowly came. When it was dark, torches were lit on the four Zhuangzi. Countless lanterns were carried by people and gathered at the small bridge. Looking from the top of between the clouds and the water, it was very spectacular. "Let's go, Grandpa. Let's go down too." The old man's granddaughter saw so many lanterns and torches. She pulled her grandpa and walked out. The other family members followed behind. Zhang Xiaobao also had an activity this time. It was not the kind of activity where he stayed up all night. He made riddles for everyone to guess. Those who guessed correctly would be rewarded. In this way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families in Zhuangzi had an advantage. After all, they had more people studying and had been studying for a longer time. Unless there was a miracle, they would win the most. The old man also guessed a few riddles and won a lantern and a small toy for his granddaughter. He didn't continue guessing and let others play. With his ability, guessing such a simple riddle would be bullying others. These riddles were prepared for the villagers. After the excitement, the crowd dispersed. They hung the lanterns under the eaves of their houses with joy and anticipation for the next day. Chapter 263. When Father Zhang left home, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally wanted to follow him, but Jiang Wang clan held them in her arms, so they had no choice but to give up. Madame Zhang had originally prepared pomegranate and another maidservant for Father Zhang to take care of him. In the end, Father Zhang refused and chose a few clever male servants to take care of him. Zhang Xiaobao also sent Erniu and Huzi out. One was in charge of small matters, and the other was in charge of protection. There were 4 carriages and 14 people. Including Father Zhang, there was a total of 19 people. There weren't many people, and the team wasn't big, but there were 30 horses. Of the 4 carriages, only one was for Father Zhang, and the other 3 were filled with all kinds of things. Father Zhang's own preparations were simple, only the 4 treasures of the study. Jiang Wang clan prepared a change of clothes and some convenient food. The rest was taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The weather was still cold, so they put ice in the carriages. There were venison, beef, and other things that weren't easy to preserve. They also specially arranged a chef from between the clouds and the water. Then there were the vegetables. There were still no vegetables, and it was almost time for them to run out. Other than cucumbers, which took up a little space, the other vegetables could be gathered together. The vegetables were not picked and brought back, but were brought together with the soil. A carriage was specially filled with cucumber seedlings. The selected seedlings were dug out, and the outside of the carriage was wrapped with some anti-cold things. Zhang Xiaobao told the people following them to take them out to dry every day. When they were drying, they had to remember to light a pot so that they wouldn't freeze to death. There were also the seedlings. They would probably eat until they reached the capital, so they had to pack some charcoal. These weren't all. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught the doctors a few massage methods to relieve fatigue. There were also some medicines, pots, pans, and bowls. The grains they brought were all the kind that could be used as seeds. Each grain was plump, and the steamed rice was delicious. Li Sun took out a few letters when Father Zhang was on the trip, and asked him to deliver the letters when he reached the prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao had already spent more than 40,000 taels of silver just for the first place of the township tribute, the partnership with Li Sun, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's method of growing vegetables in winter, and the auspicious sign for the prefecture. Father Zhang's own standards were not bad. In the entire prefecture, Zhang Xiaobao used money to pave the way. In all the restaurants and inns, Father Zhang's poems were written by Father Zhang. In the capital and the surrounding areas, Father Zhang had basically infiltrated. In the capital, it was County Magistrate Qing who helped. In the other prefectures, he could only use money. Father Zhang traveled for half a month and finally arrived at the prefecture. He was originally going to deliver the letters according to Li Sun's instructions, but in the end, Li Sun's father directly went to find him and set up a banquet. Those who were supposed to deliver the letters also went. This saved a lot of trouble. The emperor's brother didn't say too much to Father Zhang. He only asked about Zhuangzi and how Li Sun was doing over there. Then, he got up and left. Naturally, there were other people accompanying him in the manor. Although it was only a short chat, Father Zhang's status suddenly changed. Among the thousands of people in the prefecture who were going to take the provincial examination, they had no chance of getting first place. No matter who graded the papers during the examination, Father Zhang was always first. Zhang Xiaobao had already given enough money to anyone who could help with this matter. In addition to money, he also gave out fungus and tremella. For those who had children at home, he dyed their roosters and other toys and gave them batches after batches. This examination tested 3 subjects and lasted for 3 days. After Father Zhang finished answering all of them, he began to rest in his family's restaurant in the prefecture, waiting for the results to be released. In the prefecture, the Zhang family only had one restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao had bought it in advance. The reason was that sleeping in other people's houses was not as comfortable as sleeping in one's own house. Today was the day of the release of the result. The other anxious people were waiting over there to see the result. Father Zhang sat in a room in the restaurant facing the place where the results were being released. Someone was in charge of looking at the window. As long as it was the first place at the top of the list, the word would be the biggest and could be seen from here. Father Zhang sat at the table and looked at the dishes in front of him. He also looked at the wine that Ernia had poured for him. Then, he looked at the crowded situation below. He didn't know what to feel. All of this was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. Along the way, it was not as difficult as other people who were going to take the examination. It was simply a blessing. With his son's arrangements, he didn't have to worry. Everything was taken care of. He only had to take the examination in peace. Old Master, you drink. We are not in a hurry. Old Master will definitely be first. It's just that Old Master will be more tired when we reach the capital. Let's go there in advance. Old Master will participate in many poetry and wine parties. This little one will remember. Erniu put the dishes in front of Father Zhang. He took out a small book from his chest and flipped it open. It recorded all the steps, roughly who they would meet, how to deal with them, where to hold a wine party, what to eat according to the changes in the weather, what to wear, what to eat, what wine to use, and what to wear. The small book recorded all of these steps. Father Zhang looked at the book that his son and daughter-in-law had summarized. He knew that this was only a part. Ernia was in charge of this. When they reached the capital, there would be someone to take care of the other part. Thinking of his son and daughter-in-law waiting at home, Qiaoer and his parents, Father Zhang calmed down and stopped thinking about whether he could get first place this time. He decided that even if he didn't get first place, he would go to the capital to take the examination and become a jinsher. Along with the sound of the gong, the person holding the notice walked out. The students who were waiting to see the results rushed forward. The Yamen runners were like they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, they shouted for people to stand properly and not push blindly. When the notice was posted, the person guarding the window saw Father Zhang's name at a glance. He shouted happily, "Old Master, you got first place. Old Master, you are first. And good. Then we will go to the capital tomorrow." Father Zhang was also very happy. However, he wasn't like the other students who went crazy as long as they were on the list. It seemed that everything was logical. He didn't know whether to complain that he didn't have that kind of excitement or to sigh at his son's ability. He said he would get first place and didn't want second place. The next day, Father Zhang and his group took a boat. This boat was also their family's. They left it by the river and didn't do anything. They just waited to send Father Zhang and his group to the capital. They walked along the Wei River, which was not too far from the capital. From the tributary, they entered the Chao Canal. There was no need to disembark. At this time, it was spring. The river water was almost melted, but it was a little cold. Even the carriages and other things were all on the boat. The boatman shouted a number and the boat began to move slowly, faster and faster. The boat was also equipped with small boats and life jackets made of bamboo. As long as there was danger, they could wear them. Because of the smooth water, the boat was very fast. It only took 7 days to reach the Chao Canal. In order to prevent seasickness, Zhang Xiaobao also prepared some ginger slices, mint and dandelion root. However, Father Zhang didn't get seasick and was in good health. When the boat arrived, it traveled in the Chao Canal for a distance and began to dock at the dock. There were always many people at the dock. Some were waiting to receive goods, while others were waiting to receive people. A group of people might have received the news in advance. They had been waiting here for 3 days, but they still didn't see a shadow. They were a little impatient, but they didn't dare to leave casually. Their eyes were fixed on the boats coming over. "Steward Wang, are you sure it will arrive in these few days?" There were 20 or so people waiting at the dock. They even brought 2 cars with them. One of them asked a woman who was older than the rest. This Steward Wang was the one who rushed back from the Zhang family. When he came back, he had people send Jujube and Jujube's things to them. The Wang family had also considered this. It wasn't a big deal to send 2 servant girls to their daughter. Moreover, there was a noble person supporting them. They said it will be in these few days. Wait well. Don't weaken our Wang family's momentum. This time, let him see what the Wang family is like. He actually drove me back. When he arrives in the capital, if he doesn't rely on the Wang family, does he plan to stay in an inn? Now that the good inns are all full, the space left is not something that a person like him can get. Steward Wang scolded the person who asked the question. She had always looked down on Zhang Zhong. She looked down on him in the past, and it was the same now. This time, he was going to the capital to take the exam. She had never been to the Wang family before, so she finally had a chance to let him see it. Don't think that he can do whatever he wants in Sanshui County. Here, he can't do anything. He even dared to order me not to pay a New Year's visit. He caused himself to be whipped when he came back. Steward Wang thought. She was looking forward to Zhang Zhong's arrival early so that she could vent her anger. When he arrived at the Wang family's residence, she would let him know his weight. With this thought, Steward Wang's mood improved. Just as she was about to return to a carriage to rest for a while, someone with sharp eyes pointed at a boat coming from the river and shouted, "Look, it's here." "What a big boat." "That's right, there's a flag that looks like a seedling on it." When it got closer, Steward Wang and the others also saw it. However, they didn't go to the disembarkation area. They were ready to see Zhang Zhong's embarrassment of not being able to hire a carriage. They didn't go over, but someone went over. They heard a person in a luxurious convoy of 12 carriages shout, "Master's boat is here. It's the boat with a seedling flag on it. Follow me." There were more than 100 people in this group. Together with the 12 two-horse carriages, they walked majestically towards the place where they disembarked from the ship. Some of them were carrying rolled-up carpets, while others were holding large umbrellas. Steward Wang was stunned. She didn't know where these people came from. Could it be that they were also here to pick someone up? Then it could be that Zhang Zhong was on someone else's boat and hung his own flag, so that others could recognize him. She wanted to see who was coming. With such a big lineup, she called out and the 2 carriages followed. While waiting, the boat slowly approached the shore. As soon as it stopped, someone set up a gangplank. With a whoosh, a carpet was spread out from the gangplank and extended directly to the dock. As soon as the carpet was spread out, the carpet carried by the people on this side was also spread out. It just happened to connect with the carpet on the other side. This end reached the door of a carriage. Under the protection of a group of people, Father Zhang came to the end of the gangplank. As soon as he appeared, more than 100 people on the shore saluted at the same time and shouted, "Welcome to the capital for the imperial examination, Master." Chapter 264. Last year, the old willows sprouted new branches, and the spring breeze blew across Chujiang Lake. Chang'an had not changed. 5 years later, it was not the same. Zhang Zhong stood on the boat and looked around. He was not in a hurry to get off the boat. He wanted to see if Chang'an had not changed after 5 years. Back then, he was a young man with a beautiful woman. If not for the chaos in the court, Qiao would have been caught. 5 years later, he was here again with the same lofty spirit. He wanted to see who would dare to treat him coldly and who would be able to catch Qiao. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a slight chill in the spring. Zhang Zhong could not feel it. At this moment, he felt warm in his heart. He was no longer the Zhang Zhong of the past. He no longer had to worry about not having enough money. He no longer had to live in the temple to help others. Steward Wang did not feel cold at this moment. She was already frightened. What a big entourage! Just this boat alone could not get off without 20,000 taels of silver. She looked at the 12 luxurious carriages. The markings on the carriages represented 12 shops. 10 of them were only average. It wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. However, the other 2 were extraordinary. They were Savant's restaurant in the West Market and Complacent's restaurant in the East Market. When someone took over them last year, they were just 2 slightly better restaurants. Who would have thought that after taking over, everything changed? In just a few months, they became one of the top restaurants in Chang'an. The top scorer came out of the top scorer's restaurant. This was Zhang Zhong's restaurant? When did his family have such power in the capital? Steward Wang was still in shock. When he looked at Zhang Zhong again, he couldn't find the appearance of that down-and-out boy from back then. When the person behind him draped a thin sable cloak over him, he was really high-spirited. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, who felt the Chang'an of 5 years later, slowly walked up the gangplank with different feelings. With a swoosh, the people waiting at the dock extended 2 long bamboo poles wrapped in red silk onto the boat. The people on the boat reached out and grabbed them. Under the bamboo poles, there were small lanterns in the shape of goldfish. The 2 bamboo poles were at his waist, blocking both sides of Zhang Zhong, so he didn't have to worry about falling. Zhang Zhong slowly walked down the gangplank with his hands behind his back. This scene made the other people waiting at the docks raise their eyebrows one after another. They had never seen someone with such extravagance, especially those 2 bamboo poles. Who would have thought? It was really too amazing. Just 2 bamboo poles wrapped in silk, but the things they emitted were definitely not ordinary. Zhang Zhong also felt the gazes of others, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Before he came, his son had said, "I want my father to feel the glory of being in the center of thousands of people." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhong controlled his emotions. With a faint smile on his face, he walked down step by step. Apart from the sound of water splashing against the side of the ship, there was no other movement. Everyone was watching and guessing the identity of the person who came down. "Master, you have come all the way here. You are travel-worn, please change your clothes." Zhang Zhong had just arrived at the docks, and he hadn't walked 10 steps when the people waiting below shouted in unison again. Following the shouts, several clever women ran to Zhang Zhong with trays in their hands. Then more than a dozen people ran around holding the wide red silk cloth, surrounding Zhang Zhong in the middle. Other people could no longer see Zhang Zhong, who was surrounded. After only a few minutes, the surrounding silk cloth was removed, and Zhang Zhong, who had changed into purple clothes, appeared in front of everyone. Wow! A clamor rose. Those who were watching at the docks could no longer control themselves and let out a sound of admiration. They admired the person who changed his clothes and admired this kind of extravagance. Zhang Zhong also didn't expect his son to arrange so many things for him. He stood there, so excited that he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, there was someone to help him. Erniu, who was behind him, put the small book that he had just taken out into his arms and walked forward. "Master, please get in the carriage. Do you want to rest in the East Market or the West Market? Or do you want to eat in the West Market and rest in the East Market? Then let's go to the West Market to eat." Zhang Zhong knew that at this time, he absolutely could not show weakness. It was not easy for his son to create such a scene. He said this in a dignified manner. Under the shadow of the umbrella, he walked towards the carriage that was about 30 meters away. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. Whether it was envy or jealousy, they had to admit that this matter was done well. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Even the next ship could be like this. "Aunt Wang, what should we do? Let's go over?" The person beside Steward Wang was anxious when he saw that the person who was to be picked up this time. He didn't want to wait for so many days in vain. Steward Wang was in a complicated mood now. Just now, he was hoping that Zhang Zhong would help the Wang family. At that time, he could take revenge. Who would have thought that the other party didn't need them at all and had already arranged for people to be picked up? Looking at the other party's fleet and the 2 carriages he brought, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that the other party was about to get in the carriage, Steward Wang finally calmed down and shouted, "Zhang, young master, the Wang family is here to welcome you. A banquet has been set up in the manor. Please get in the carriage." Zhang Zhong turned his head and saw that the people from the Wang family had also come. Seeing that the person leading the way was actually Steward Wang, he immediately said, "This is a small matter, there's no need to trouble yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, someone placed a brocade stool under the carriage. Zhang Zhong stepped on it and entered the carriage. Before the fleet could move, another group of people came from the front. There were more than 30 yamen runners, escorting 2 carriages. Someone in the carriage shouted, "Is the person in front Brother Zhang? Anren is late, please forgive me." After this shout, the group got closer. Zhang Zhong poked his head out and knew who had come. He got out of the carriage and waited there. The people on the other side came over. As soon as they stopped, Cheng Lingxiang jumped out of the carriage with a happy expression. He walked in front of Zhang Zhong and said, "Brother Yongqing, I didn't expect you to come so early. Fortunately, I rushed over. Otherwise, wouldn't I have missed it? Come, Brother Yongqing, follow me in. I've prepared a welcome banquet for you." Zhang Zhong was also happy. As soon as he arrived, he saw County Magistrate Cheng. Oh, now it was Registrar Cheng. He was one of them. He also wanted to get on the carriage sent by his family. He said to Erniu, "I'll go with Brother Anren. You wait and follow behind." Yes. Erniu agreed readily. He thought that County Magistrate Cheng would only come after a day of rest. He didn't expect that he would directly come here to welcome them. With County Magistrate Cheng here, there was no need for them. Cheng Lingxiang held Zhang Zhong's sleeve and walked to the carriage that he had prepared for them. He didn't care about his other carriage. The 2 of them entered one after another. The yamen runners greeted them and the team moved forward. The motorcade that had been prepared behind them slowly followed behind. It wasn't until the 2 teams were more than 100 feet away that Steward Wang reacted and hurriedly chased after them. Steward Wang was anxious. If he didn't receive them today, how could he explain it to others when he returned? As he rushed, he also asked someone to quickly report back to the residence and tell the whole story. Zhang Zhong was taken away by the Registrar Cheng. She couldn't snatch him away. Besides, she couldn't do it. They had more people. The morning flowers had bloomed and the green grass was showing. In Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on chairs with thick cushions. Each of them was reading a book. After a while, Wang Wan finished reading a page. She covered it with a bookmark and closed the book. She waited for Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao also finished reading this page, he said, "Your father should have arrived, right? There's still some time before he comes back. In a few days, we will have to plant spring plowing. What should we plant?" "Yes, there's still a few days before the exams. After the exams, he can't come back immediately. If he is an official, we have to follow him. We want to be rich, but when we are rich, we have to suffer. This year, we won't plant wheat, we will plant rice. After the winter wheat is harvested, we will plant carrots. It's okay if we plant it later." Zhang Xiaobao saw that wheat was not as valuable as rice, so he didn't want to plant it. He didn't want to plant millet either. All the dry land was changed to paddy land. There was no shortage of water here. Wang Wan nodded. "I think so too. If we want to eat other things, we can just buy some. If we plant well, we can sell the seeds. Now, there is no county magistrate in the county. Everything is under the Registrar Cheng and the county deputy. It's convenient to do things. I just don't know if they will send a new county magistrate. Who cares? As long as the new county magistrate is not like Jia Shan. We should take advantage of this time to do what we need to do. If my father is really sent out, we can't do it here. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao got down from the chair and followed Wang Wan. The two of them walked out. At this time, the farmers in Zhuangzi were busy. They had to dig up the manure in their houses and then put it together with the manure from the main house. They sprinkled the manure in the fields and then plowed. The paddy land in the past did not need to be plowed. According to the new method told by the main house, they only needed to apply some manure. Between the clouds and the water was not as lively as before. The minister really did not go back. He seemed to have handed in a report to the higher-up. He stayed there all day, chatting with the farmers and walking around. He was living a leisurely life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to look for him. After Zhang Xiaobao's father left, the two of them could only ask the Zhang Wang clan for the things they wanted to learn. The Zhang Wang clan knew a lot of things, but it was not suitable for Zhang Xiaobao to learn. Fortunately, the minister did not leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a new teacher. Every day they would learn for a while and come back to revise. If they did not understand something, they would write it down and ask the next day. At this time, it was almost noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went over. They could eat first and then start learning. When the two of them came to between the clouds and the water, the old man was fishing. They did not know if they could catch anything. Chapter 265. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that Bai Shangshu was just trying to fish, but they didn't expect that he really wanted to catch fish. Hearing the old man's words, the two of them looked at the pond in the restaurant. They looked at each other and nodded. Wang Wan said to the old man, "Grandpa Bai, the waiter in our restaurant probably thought that no one would come to fish, so he fed the fish some food. After the fish finished eating, he went to rest. Those who didn't rest were still digesting the food." The old man looked up in realization and said, "That's right. After eating, there's nothing to do. The fish have nothing to do, and the people have nothing to do. It's the same for the people when they're full. That's right. After eating, they feel sleepy. They need to sleep for a while," Wang Wan said. The old man Wei nodded and said, "But there are still many people who haven't eaten, and many people who haven't worn warm clothes. Shouldn't the people who have eaten their fill and worn warm clothes help the people who haven't eaten their fill do something? Just like this fish, if they don't eat their fill, they'll be caught and die. After all, people aren't fish." This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. The old man was looking for an opportunity to teach them some things. It seemed that he wanted them to go back and tell others to help the people of Sanshui County. Needless to say, the two of them would do the same. Only in prosperous places could there be more consumption. With more demand, the docks would be able to make money. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he should say something. After thinking for a while, he said, "Grandpa Bai, I heard from my mother that when spring comes, we should fork out money to repair the river between Zhuangzi and Gu family's Zhuangzi. It will connect to Shaoluoshui. In the future, slightly bigger boats will be able to come here. Clear the muddy areas in the middle. Even if there are no big boats, 3 or 4 small boats can go side by side. It's also convenient for small boats to stop at any time. When a big boat comes, it will go upstream and need to be pulled. The people around have goods, so they don't need to hire carts or carry them to other places to sell. They can just walk to the river. Everyone will have food to eat. My mother also said that the market in Zhuangzi will send boats to buy those people's goods. The price will also be set so that merchants from other places won't be cheated. If they are willing, they can put the same goods together. My family will help negotiate the price. At that time, we'll take half of the money. It will be cheaper than the intermediary in Luoshui's." Only then did the old man look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile. He patted their heads and said, "I always knew that you two are smart, but I didn't expect that you two would know what I want to say with just one sentence. However, the fish in your restaurant's pond are full, but the fish outside haven't been eaten yet. With only a net blocking them, there won't be much food that can leak out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the Zhuangzi area of the Han family and the Zhuangzi area of the Yuan family at the same time. The two of them knew that the old man was talking about was there. During the new year, the people were taken away. Presumably, the family business would be ruined. If they looked for the people, they might be able to keep their lives. The bribe money would not be small. The two families were finished. After Jia Shan's family knew that Jia Shan was taken away, they also left the Yamen and followed him to the capital. They wanted to ask someone to do something. The two Zhuangzi here naturally couldn't escape. If the main family was gone, what would happen to the village? Do you want us to take over the Zhuangzi? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought about it, but they didn't dare to agree. It would be strange if there were no problems. Therefore, they pretended not to know and turned their heads back to look at the old man with blank eyes. Ha 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 ha! The old man laughed, and his laughter became louder and louder. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Don't pretend to know nothing in front of me. I'm happy that you two are smart. It's better to teach smart children than stupid ones. I was able to read at the age of 6, and I became a jinsher. I don't know how to teach stupid children. It's just as you think. Your family has caused a lot of trouble for others. In the future, the two Zhuangzi will have to change owners. It's better to change them to your family. Maybe the people of Huayuan County will be able to live a better life like Sanshui County. Your family wants to build a restaurant here. You can't always rely on Li Sun to find people to come over. The two places aren't far from each other, and there's a river over there. As long as you get people to dig a channel, it will be connected to your side. My nephew from the Jing family has learned a lot at Little Luoshui. He's preparing to build a pier on that river. At that time, there will be a lot of people coming here. It just so happens that it's connected to the river between your family and the Gu family. It'll be more convenient to come and go. Isn't that right? No. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. That river was closer to the capital and the Wei River. It was almost half the distance. The reason why Little Luoshui's business was good was that it wasn't connected to the river. It was difficult to transport by land. Grandpa Bai, that nephew of yours, is too much of a scammer. If he connects the river here, the business at Little Luoshui's pier will be much worse. He's counting on this place to make money. Don't let him build a pier. We're willing to let him join us. Wang Wan discussed and wanted to find someone to join them to maintain Zhuangzi's geographical advantage. Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought and didn't say anything else. The old man wasn't in a hurry. He rubbed Wang Wan's head and said, "Cuckoo, if you do this, your family will be fine. But what about the people? Is your family short of money now? Do you lack power?" "Yes. The money is all used for Xiao Bao's father's imperial examinations. How can we have power? Didn't county magistrate one come just like that? He brought 300 people to arrest us," Wang Wan said with certainty. Even though Zhang Xiaobao had opened so many shops with her in the capital, she was still not satisfied. The old man smiled again. "You can fool others, but you can't fool me. What did Xiaobao say?" Hearing the old man's question, Zhang Xiaobao looked up and said, "Okay, let's connect it. But I have a request. My father must enter the top 3 this time. He can only be the top scorer or the third runner-up. He must be an official in a place near my family. It's best if it's Huayuan County. As long as my father enters the top 3 this time, and is an official in Huayuan, my family can triple the income of the people in Huayuan and Sanshui. Your nephew will also earn a lot." "You can make the decision?" The old man looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "No, I'm just saying. I'll discuss it with my mother when I get back." Zhang Xiaobao naturally did not dare to say that he could make the decision. Okay, then let's eat first. I'll tell you about Capital Wu's Fu later. Capital Wu is from Suzhou. At the end of the Han Dynasty, Sun Quan was from Jianya, also known as Wu. The old man also did not believe that the two children could make the decision, but he liked them. They were too smart and willing to learn. The most important thing was that they knew how to be filial to their elders. As long as they ate with their elders, they had to let their elders choose what they liked to eat first. They also had to help their elders pick the food. When they talked about earning money, they used the condition of obtaining an official title for their father in exchange. He wondered how the Zhang family and Wang family had produced such children. Whoever had such a child would be extremely fortunate. Thankfully, he had met them and his body had gotten much better. He wasn't like before, where he would get muddle-headed whenever he stayed around. If he were to properly guide the two children, he would be a great teacher as well. During the meal, the three of them were not on the first floor. It was close to the water and the humidity was too heavy. As they walked up the stairs, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let the old man go first while they followed behind. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lips. Why did you agree? Little Luoshui's business will be snatched away. With another river, who would come to our place? I thought so too at the start. Later on, I understood that it would not be snatched away at all. The main river of Wei River has a lot of cargo. Some of the smaller businesses can't squeeze into the big boat. The big boats are more expensive, so they can only hire one boat. The speed of transportation can affect the value of the goods. When they are waiting for the other Shang family, it is actually a kind of money overhang. Only by circulating money can they earn money faster or lose money faster. Our river is small, even if we expand it, it will still be small. It is the same in the past. If they only use the smaller boats, their goods can be placed on the small boat. One boat or a few boats, they will leave as soon as they have the goods. This way. I understand. This way, we won't just be a warehouse here. We won't just be a place to consume a small amount of goods. We won't just exist as a middleman. The number of boats will increase by a few times or even dozens of times. We can form a fleet of small boats to earn money. We can also build auxiliary industries on both sides of the river. The more people there are, the more money we can earn. You acted like you were at a disadvantage just now, bad guy. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his explanation, Wang Wan already knew. Whether a place could prosper or not, it didn't depend on the specialties of the place. As long as it could exist as a transportation route, it would be impossible for it not to prosper. As long as a few sections of the road were opened up and the rivers were connected, it would become a new waterway. Zhang family and Wang family's restaurant in Zhuangzi just happened to block a section of the road in the middle of Sanshui County. Now, this place was under the control of the Zhang family and Wang family. Countless boats would pass by here. They just had to provide some services and they would be able to earn money. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this and even went a level deeper. As expected, Wang Wan, who understood Zhang Xiaobao, said again when they were about to walk to the entrance of the restaurant, "Xiaobao, it can't be that simple, right? Then it wouldn't be you, Zhang Xiaobao. Let's talk about it in the future. Let's eat first. A hasty person can't eat hot tofu. Yes, let them make a dish of tofu today. The braised food is a little salty. Let's make some big shrimps. Shrimp with tofu." Zhang Xiaobao was used to keeping secret. When he talked about tofu, he wanted to eat tofu. Wang Wan didn't continue to ask. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention shrimp with tofu, she licked her lips and nodded. Between the clouds and the water had very few people now. Most of the scholars had gone to Beijing. In addition, it was the young master and young lady who came to eat, so the dishes were prepared very quickly. The three of them had just tasted 2 mouthfuls of the kimchi that was used to set the plates when the waiter served the hot dishes one by one. In fact, there weren't many dishes. There were only 6 dishes. There was also a chicken soup specially prepared for the old man. It was boiled with ginseng and several kinds of Chinese medicine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also worried that the old man's health wasn't good. They thought of all kinds of ways to nourish him. After eating, they even accompanied him for a walk. In the morning, they also asked someone to take the old man to exercise. The old man looked at Zhang Xiaobao, put a big shrimp on his plate, and sighed. Xiaobao, when you go back, tell your family. I will think of a way to do as you say. Chapter 266. The afternoon sun was warm, driving away the cold of spring. The clouds in the sky were leisurely, making people feel better. In front of the artificial lake between the clouds and the water, an old man and 4 young people sat together. From time to time, the sound of reciting could be heard. There was also the old man's deep voice explaining. Lil Red had nothing to do, so it drove Furry over with some ducks and geese. The surface of the lake reflected the wooden building and the ducks and geese. The old man closed the book and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Luer and his granddaughter, "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, come back next time." "Alright, Grandpa, bye. Let's go for a walk and eat something while we're at it." Xiaobao also closed his little notebook. He and Wang Wan had been taking notes the whole time so that they could slowly read it when they got back. "Grandpa, I don't understand what you're saying." The old man's granddaughter was a little anxious when she saw that everyone else seemed to have learned something, but she didn't understand at all. The old man patted his granddaughter's head and said, "Exionaire, don't be anxious. Take your time to learn. When I taught you before, you didn't learn. Now that you see others learning, you're anxious?" Exionaire nodded. She looked at Luer and said, "I used to think that I was smart, but then I met Luer. Luer knows so many things. If I don't learn now, I'll be done for. It's good that you know how to learn. There's still time. Let's go. Walk around with Grandpa." The old man stood up. Zhang Xiaobao and the others followed him out. Now, the corridor had been repaired and connected to the pavilion. Who said that they couldn't repair things in winter? As long as they were willing to spend money, they could still do it. Everyone walked out. Luer respectfully walked beside Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She was no longer as thin and weak as she was when she first came here. She had grown taller and was carefree all day. She didn't have to take care of her younger brother. Zhuangzi had arranged for someone to take care of her. She only needed to study on time with the teacher who was specially invited for her. She only needed to eat, have fun, and sleep well. After Bai Shangshu came over, she followed a classmate. No matter what, Bai Shangshu was better than the teacher who was invited. He was full of talent. The 5 of them walked in the direction of the mountain. At this time, the grass had already drilled out of the soil, revealing tender green sprouts. It would grow up in a few days. From time to time, there would be little swallows flying back from the south, chirping as they swept across the sky. The house that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived in had a swallow's nest. It was in the lattice above the door frame, and there was a small hole on the side that was connected to the outside for the convenience of the swallows. Otherwise, the swallows would have to wait for someone to open the door before they could fly in and out. There were also swallows making nests under the eave. When such people were happy, they envied the people who let the swallows into the house. Every time the weather was hot, they would see people sitting at the door with the door open and watch the swallows enter and leave. They would hope that the swallows under the eaves could also enter. The group walked up the mountain. Luer and Exionaire skipped around the old man. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more stable. They followed step by step and looked at the fields beside them from time to time. It was a scene of prosperity. When the 5 of them saw that they had reached the foot of the mountain, 2 people from the protection team finally came to accompany them. When they saw them, they thought that they would turn back. They didn't expect that the 5 of them would want to go up the mountain. Naturally, they had to send people to protect them. "I heard that there's a spring in this mountain. It's not small, is it?" The old man looked at the mountain in front of him and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty, Yes, there are a few springs. That one is the biggest and is used to raise things. I don't know if the prawns and crabs will be so stupid that they don't know how to drill into the hole in the winter. After the spring plowing is over, I'll get someone to build a pavilion there. During summer, when people come here to play, we can go over and take a look." The old man narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He asked, "The place where the animals are raised in the mountain is not under your two families' control, right?" "It's not under their control. If someone wants to take it, let them do it. My mother said that now is the time to take advantage of them." The old man was already used to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's intelligence. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide much when he spoke, just like a little adult. The old man didn't say anything this time and continued to walk forward. After walking for half an hour, they stood at the top of the mountain. When they saw the pool of water below, the old man said, "In the future, we will be neighbors. Give this land to me, 2,000 mu. I will retire and return to my hometown. This is a favor that the emperor can still give." Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. There was one more person in Zhuangzi. Others would have to think carefully before they came to cause trouble. A retired person was not to be trifled with. If Li Sun grew up and got a fief, he would leave. "Grandpa Bai, don't you want to go back to your hometown? If you want to live here, just tell me where you want to live, and I'll tell my family to build a house for you there. You can't live on the mountain, after all. When there's production in your land, we'll help you sell it and split the profits." Zhang Xiaobao looked around, wanting to find a suitable place to live and build a house for the old man. The old man laughed, "You little child, why should I split the output in my land with you? Who asked you to raise them? I will just treat them as wild prawns and crabs. And I will send someone to guard them when I go back later, in case someone steals them and throws them into the pond." Zhang Xiaobao looked serious and stared hard at the pool below. He said, "Grandpa Bai, there is no need to trouble your people. I can help. But this place to block the water was built by my family. How about this, when Grandpa Bai sells the prawns and crabs to my family will find a way to sell them. Grandpa Bai, this will save you a lot of trouble." Zhang Xiaobao knew that the old man was joking with them, so he was willing to chat with the old man. How much money could the prawns and crabs have? He didn't care, and the old man didn't care either. A gust of wind came out. The old man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He asked, "Then tell me, where should I sell them?" "Grandpa Bai, you promised to help my father, right?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question in return. "I promised. Why would I lie to a child like you? Tell me quickly. If I let you sell them, where will you sell them?" The old man was stunned when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He didn't know what selling prawns and crabs had to do with his father's imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said, "Sell them to between the clouds and the water. Some of our family's servants' transactions are settled separately, and they are also recorded separately. We can't take the things in the mountains and the water directly to the restaurant. The prawns and crabs here aren't that good. It's hard to make good dishes, so we can only make simple dishes and some green vegetables. We have to make at least 20 kinds of dishes, including cold dishes. The hot dishes are stir-fried in a big pot. One pot is enough for hundreds of people to eat. The prawns and crabs here are just right. If we stir-fry them in a big pot, the taste won't be as good as usual, right?" Xiaobao, between the clouds and the water, still wants to make money? The old man felt that Xiaobao wasn't stupid. How could he come up with such an idea? "Grandpa Bai, are you sure you want to help my father?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "I'm sure. Child, tell me quickly." Zhang Xiaobao made the old man so angry that he laughed. Zhang Xiaobao then said, "These things are used to make boxed lunches. If we stir-fry them in advance, others will eat faster. There's no need to wait. Once Grandpa Bai's nephew's river is connected, then this side." Zhang Xiaobao told the old man what he had just said to Wang Wan. At first, the old man didn't think much of it, but as he listened, he was stunned. He helped Zhang Xiaobao's father with the condition that the Zhang family would suffer losses when they connected the river. From the looks of it, he didn't suffer any losses. He agreed to help Zhang Xiaobao, but he was the one who suffered losses. The big pot of rice was specially sold to the boatmen and those who weren't rich. It was faster to stir-fry dishes with a big pot, and one pot could produce a lot of food. That way they could earn half a copper coin. After a long time, so many people would eat it, and it wouldn't be a small amount. Xiao Bao, did you come up with this idea? The old man asked. Yes, I'm the smartest. I know everything. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and answered. Child, don't lie to me. Did you and Cuckoo go back to Zhuangzi and have other people teach you? How could the old man believe him? No, definitely not. We're the smartest. Zhang Xiaobao denied. Good, smart. It's definitely not because there are other people who teach you these things. I'm not in a hurry. There will be a day when we meet. The old man was even more certain that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had other people teaching them. That person taught Zhang Xiaobao everything in this area. That was why Zhang Xiaobao could come up with this idea when they met. After a few days of observation, he found that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were smarter than Lu. They definitely weren't the kind of people who didn't use one corner and reverse 3 corners. As long as someone taught them something, they would be able to use it when they encountered similar situations. Thinking of the person teaching them behind the scenes, the old man sighed. Since they didn't want to meet, he could only wait. He patted Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, Little liar, you tricked me into helping you for free. Haha. Yes. Wang Wan made a sound on the other side and nodded vigorously. Then, she shook her head and said, You're a big liar. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed heartily. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. So what if he was a liar? A liar who did things for the people was a good liar. He picked up a mushroom under a tree. It was a frozen mushroom. At this time, the frozen mushrooms just happened to be out. He pierced it with a straw stick and said, Grandpa Bai, your nephew also benefited a lot. Learn this. You can learn this too. Don't think that you can't make much money. I think you can make a penny. Making and selling boxed meals requires people and things. This way, the people who have nothing to do can have more income. They don't have to go through the trouble of taking out some of the locally produced things. The old man also thought of this point. It seemed that he really had to connect the river. It was a good thing for the people. Even if there were difficulties, he had to do it. Besides, there weren't any difficulties. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, when you go back later, tell your families to hurry up and dig the river. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can do something for the people. As an old man, I can also do something for the court. Chapter 267. The old man only wanted to get things done as soon as possible, so he didn't plan to continue strolling around. He turned around and walked back with the 4 children and 2 protection teams. At this time, they were not in the imperial court, so there was no need to pretend to be steady. He told Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to go home early so that they could start work early. Spring was busier, so there were people who didn't plow in spring. Therefore, on the way back, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, When you go back, ask your family to find those people who don't plow in spring. It's just a matter of spending more money. Although you can save money by using farmers, it takes too long. Xiao Bao, I'll help your father. Okay, find people who don't have land in Sanshui County. In fact, it won't save money. My family's farmers in Zhuangzi and Cuckoo's families really work. They don't pay, but the food they eat is more than the salary. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Only then did the old man remember that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's farmers worked, the main family provided food, and it was all good food. It was better than what ordinary people ate in the small restaurant. It took them less than an hour to come, so it was even faster to go back. The old man's walking posture showed that he was in good health, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only trot after him. Once back in Zhuangzi, the old man went to between the clouds and the water. He had to do what he promised. After writing a letter, he had someone send it out. He also had to write a letter to the emperor. He must be in the top 3. The Zhang family spent so much money to negotiate, so he couldn't be ranked low. The prefecture was the first village to pay tribute to the emperor. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got home, they didn't have time to help little swallow catch insects and put them in her nest. She had caught a lot of insects yesterday. When they got up in the morning, they saw that she actually ate them. They thought that she wouldn't eat them. The two of them first came up with a plan, then began to issue orders. All the people in the inner courtyard were mobilized. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the materials, including stones, sand, tools, and so on. Wang Wan was in charge of the people. She found someone to inform the yamen runners, let the yamen put up a notice, and waited for people to come. She could then adjust the construction length and number of people in each section. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also treated this as a big matter. It was related to Zhang Xiaobao's father's ranking in the imperial examination. The more than 100 bailiffs that had been idling around could finally be put to good use. That was what Zhang Xiaobao had originally planned. Otherwise, he would not have asked the yamen to recruit so many people. The bailiff's task was to patrol the river. They would use small boats to patrol the river. They would have to wait until the weather was slightly warmer before they practiced swimming. If they encountered anyone who fell into the water, they would have to be rescued. Zhang Xiaobao had also prepared some underwater entertainment. The bailiffs guarding this side received orders from the head of the Zhang family and rushed to the yamen at the speed of 600 miles per hour. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring the account book and put the changed abacus in front of him. He flipped the account book with one hand, and the fingers of the other hand made shadows on the abacus. He had to know how much money he had. Just as Wang Wan said, he was going to make a fleet. He did not want a big ship, but a small ship. He did not want to go too far. He only received and delivered goods on this section of the waterway in Sanshui County. This way, he would not offend people, and outsiders would not be able to interfere. There was no such thing as road maintenance fees here. Passing ships could not be charged, so he could only share some of the money with them. One was in charge of financial operations, while the other was in charge of military command. When the two of them worked together with full strength, their efficiency was displayed in front of people the next day. Zhang Xiaobao collected 23,000 strings of money and silk from various places and had already distributed it to each section of the waterway. They would be paid for every day of work they did. They would first expand the river and clear the silt. Those who bought stones and sand had already been sent out, and those who were nearby were in the process of transporting them. Wang Wan brought more than 2,000 people. Not only did people from Sanshui County come, but people from several neighboring counties also came. Before dawn, these people who were woken up last night and heard the news had already set off. Those who were nearby had already arrived and were eating the food prepared by Zhuangzi. The yamen of Sanshui County sent out 400 bailiffs to change their clothes and take up tools to help with the work. After all, the matter of repairing the river was not related to the Zhang family and Wang family. In order to make these people work harder, the yamen considered those who came to do the work as servants of the imperial court. They would work for 20 days, and during this time, Zhangjia Zhuangzi would be in charge of their meals. After 20 days of work, they would not have to work for the rest of the year, let alone pay their wages. If they continued to work, they could ask the Zhang family for wages. If they worked for 25 days more, they would be exempted from transfer. If they worked for 30 days more, they would be exempted from rent and transfer. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good again. He found some farmers who could not work in the field. They were specifically responsible for cooking and boiling water. If they worked for a few more days, they would be exempted from rent and transfer. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would be given food. No matter how much they collected this year, they would not have to hand in anything. Wang Wan did this for the benefit of her family. She did not say that Zhang Xiaobao was taking advantage of the loopholes of the government. In her words, cooking and boiling water were logistics, and it was more important. The child also wanted to go, but he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. The child did not have land, so why would he want to go? He should obediently stay at home and study. In a few days, like the imperial examinations, there would be exams. If he did not pass, he would have to wait for less toys, less snacks, and less time to play. Those who arrived first would work first. There was no chance to be lazy. Everyone would be assigned to work for a period of time. There would be more people watching. When the time came, the wages would be calculated according to this. If you were lazy, it would not be counted. You had contributed 20 days of work to the imperial court every year, let alone expect to be exempted from this and that. In terms of the food provided by the Zhang family, it was impossible for them to be like the farmers. They ate meat for every meal. If there was a little meat, they would eat sorghum rice mixed with water rice and salted beans. After eating, they would have energy and would be able to eat rice. Those who really worked could eat 3 bowls of rice. Old Minister Shangshu also wrote a letter to his nephew, asking him to send people to work. They were preparing to dig through the river before the summer rain became heavy. The pier also had to be built. This spring was destined to be busy. Those who were not plowing in the spring were all working around Sanshui County. There was still a section of the river in Xiaoyuashui that needed to be dug out. Every day, Zhang Xiaobao would find some time to settle the account. Every loan, the accounts were clear, and the income and expenses could be easily calculated. Now, there was no need to send money to the capital. As long as the money earned there was recorded in the accounts, he could directly use it to build connections with his father and organize some poetry gatherings. The 2 famous restaurants in the eastern and western markets were owned by his family, so he could save money by arranging them a few times. On the 5th day of work, 2 guests came to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. People from the Han family and the Yuan family had arrived. They wanted to sell Zhuangzi to the Zhang family. Zhang Wang clan personally went to receive them. After a discussion, the 2 Zhuangzi were not sold at a high price. They were in urgent need of money. If they sold Zhuangzi to someone else, the other party would not want it. They were afraid of getting involved. The head of the family was still in the capital waiting to be sentenced. Who would dare to buy their Zhuangzi at this time? Could it be an accomplice? Only Zhangjia Zhuangzi would not be suspected. Therefore, when the 2 families had no one to turn to for help, they went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They hoped that Zhangjia Zhuangzi would buy the Zhuangzi. It would be even better if he could help to intercede. This was just a thought. Not to mention that this matter was done by the little prince, and the Zhang family could not interfere. Even if they could, they would not interfere. If you want to take my family back, I will help you to intercede. Isn't that despicable? It is not in line with Zhang Xiaobao's character of repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hid behind the screen and listened to Zhang Wang clan's conversation. Perhaps they knew that the head of the Zhang family was now Zhang Wang clans. The 2 people who came were also women. They were Dr. Han and Yuan Ilong's first madam. They could not say anything about concubines. Sister Zhang, this time you must help us. Without the head of the family, how can we live? It's all that Jia Shan's fault. He lied to my husband to deal with you. In fact, my husband didn't want to go at all. But later, Jia Shan found County Magistrate 1. Our family is in Huayuan County. How can we not come? Madame Han cried and said. She was much older than Zhang Wang clan, but she also called her sister. Madame Yuan, who was beside her, also said, Sister Zhang family, we know that we are wrong this time, but our husband's crime does not deserve to die. We beg you to help us and say something to that marquis. We will never forget your great kindness. In our next life, we will repay your kindness even if we have to work like a cow or a horse. Zhang Xiaobao, who was behind the screen, curled his lips and moved his lips. If we have to work like a cow or a horse in our next life, where can we find you in our next life? Why don't you say it in this life? Just give the 2 zhuangzi to my family for free, and I will intercede for him. Wang Wan nodded. You're not sincere. Zhang Wang Clan also showed a sad expression. Her eyes were red, and she picked up a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She said, I, as your elder sister, know about your suffering. At that time, I only wanted to drive them back, but the Marquis was also there. Without saying anything, he ordered us to kill them. I have nightmares every day. A few days ago, when the Marquis was still there, I told him to let them go. Who knew that although the Marquis is young, he would not listen to other people's advice. I also didn't dare to say too much. In case the Marquis was angered, the Zhang family would be finished. Sisters, why don't you think of other ways? The 2 people who came knew that this would happen, but this was not their purpose. Madame Han immediately said, Actually, it's not that there are no other ways, but we don't have enough money. We gave the Jia County magistrates 10,000 strings of coins, and the family gave us 20,000 strings of coins. We don't have any more money. Therefore, we want to sell the 6,000 mu of zhuangzi, but no one wants to buy it. Sister, why don't you buy it? With the money, we can continue to work in the capital. My family has more than 6,500 mu. We won't count the extra. We will only sell it to you for 6,500 mu. Sister, what do you think? Madame Yuan also listed her family's land. The 2 families had a lot of land, and together, they had more land than the Zhang family and Wang family. Chapter 268. Elder sister from the Zhang family, I have 6,000 mu of land. Most of the land is of the highest quality. Based on the current price, it's more than 5 taels per mu. Elder sister, why don't we calculate based on 5 taels per mu? There's not a lot of land, so 30,000 taels should be enough. Mrs. Han was counting the money and raised 3 of her fingers. Mrs. Yuan, who was beside her, also said, My family has slightly more land. Why don't we also calculate based on 5 taels of silver? That's 6,000 mu of land. 60,000 taels of silver? Madame Zhang calculated that her family didn't seem to be able to take out so much money, so she used it all, so she negotiated and said, The price is indeed not high, but it's not low either. How about this, give me a few months and I'll give you the money then. Elder sister from the Zhang family, we can bear with it. Our husband can't wait any longer. We're not selling the land for nothing, we're trying to save our husband. Mrs. Han said as she started crying again. Zhang Wang Clan finally reacted. She just wanted to buy the land, so she cried for a while and said, Younger sisters, to be honest, elder sister's family doesn't have that much money. Our husband is going to take the exam, which part of him doesn't need money. We've already spent 100,000 taels of silver, and we still don't know what the result will be. Younger sisters, you should look for other families. Zhang Wang Clan was telling the truth, but they didn't believe her. There were so many prescriptions, and the entire peer of Shao Luoshui. How could they not have enough money? Why would they spend so much money just to take the exam? They didn't know that the Zhang family was preparing to get the first 3 places. Elder sister, we really can't find anyone to help us. How about this, elder sister, give each of us 20,000 taels first, and give us the rest after a few days. Mrs. Yuan suggested. Give them 40,000 taels first? Zhang Wang Clan began to calculate, but they didn't have 40,000 taels. At the same time, she didn't want to buy the land so expensive. According to the current price, it was indeed as what the 2 of them said. But the situation was different now. No one dared to buy the land from the 2 families, only the Zhang family dared to do this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also thinking about whether to buy it or not. If they bought it, they could still get some money. It was just that the price was a little high. If they didn't buy it, they should quickly reject it. If they bought it, it would delay the spring plowing, which would be troublesome. Where can we get the money? Wang Wan was also tempted. With so much land, when the river was built, it would be more valuable. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, she said, "We can pawn the things in exchange for money. We can pawn a lot of things here. But you have to pay interest. I won't do that kind of thing. Money is not a problem. The main thing is that they are selling it too expensive, so we have to lower the price. I think they have given enough money, but they don't dare to continue to stay in Huayuan County. They are afraid that Li Sun will also be here and will find trouble with them in the future." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to pawn the things in exchange for money. It wasn't like before, where he could use some tricks to get the money. He didn't want to do that now. Who knew what kind of people were behind the pawnshop? It was easy to scheme once, but what about in the future? Then let's wait. This time, your mother won't agree directly. We can discuss it with your mother. Wang Wan believed in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She really wanted to get money. Now that she had the capital, as long as he tried to disturb the balance, she would get the money. As expected, Jiang Wang clan didn't agree directly. She said to the two sisters, "Sisters, I will discuss it with my father-in-law. I will look for you later. You should go back and wait." Jiang Wang clan wanted to ask her son what to do. The main thing was that she didn't have enough money. Since she had enough money, she had to buy it. With Zhang Zhuangzi's farming skills, it was already a good deal to buy it. Mrs. Han and Mrs. Yuan didn't think so. They thought that the other party didn't want to buy it. Immediately, Mrs. Han said, "Sister, we can wait here for a while. Sister, you can go and ask." "That's right, elder sister. This round trip will take a lot of time. We really can't wait any longer." Madame Yuan also echoed. "Okay. Then you two sisters can go to the room next door to rest for a while. I will go and ask now," Jiang Wang clan said. She led the two sisters out and arranged them to a room next door. When she turned back, she saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walking to the front from behind the screen. "Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo heard what we said just now. Do you want to buy it or not? If we buy it, we don't have enough money. If we don't buy it, it will be a pity that the land will be taken away by others in the end." Jiang Wang clan sat on a chair and hugged Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Mother, we will buy it. But the price is too high. At most, we can give them 50,000 taels. 60,000 taels is definitely not enough. We have wasted our time." Zhang Xiaobao gave a figure. "What about the money?" Jiang Wang clan didn't have the ability to make money. She could only rely on her son. "I will think of a way to get the money. I will give it to them in 3 days." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Jiang Wang clan was relieved. She didn't ask her son how he was going to get the money. She kissed her son and daughter-in-law on their cheeks and went to the room next door to talk with the two of them. This time they were serious. They talked for 2 hours. Jiang Wang clan first gave them a price of 40,000 taels. After bargaining back and forth, they settled on 49,672 taels and 5 coins. In the end, they negotiated for less than a tael. So long. Wang Wan didn't expect that the negotiation would be so difficult. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with his mother's idea. This is the right way. After the negotiation, let the other party feel that they didn't lose too much. Otherwise, if the other party gave a number and my mother directly agreed, the other party will definitely feel uncomfortable. If things go wrong, they will regret. "What about the money? Where are you going to get it?" Wang Wan asked. "Cooperation. Financing will be enough. We will spread the news about the business we are going to do and let other rich people join in. That way we will have the money. Originally, we were going to cooperate. Controlling all the shares in a profitable business is not enough. Now we can go with the flow." Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's mind was in a dead end. Wang Wan just remembered that other than loans there was also financing. She nodded and said, "Okay. Which business should we give away?" "We are not giving away anything now. We need to find a new business and let people invest in it," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Wang Wan couldn't think of any new business. She had already used everything she could. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion and asked, "What business?" "Well, let me ask you, where are you going to buy meat?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Of course, I will go to the stall where I buy meat," Wang Wan replied. "You are going to buy cloth. We don't have cloth in the market. I am going to the cloth store. You are going to buy rouge and face powder? I am going to the rouge shop. We don't have that in the market. You are going to buy jewelry. Okay, stop talking. Isn't it just opening a supermarket? Will it work here?" Wang Wan understood after being asked a few times. She was worried that the supermarket couldn't develop here. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know whether it would work or not. He said, "It should work. Think about it. When the river is connected, there will be more people coming and going. If you don't have anything on hand and want to buy something, you will have to look for a shop. Let's just open a supermarket here. Even if we don't make money in the end, we won't lose money. Besides, the money will be in. Li Sun is here now. Let's bring him along. If he joins, others will follow. Don't you think so? As long as we don't lose money in the end, the money will be in. They won't say anything." Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't judge whether the people here liked to spend money in the supermarket. Building a supermarket was just taking over the market. He just needed to change it and build a 3-story building. He would let Su Si and Air go manage it. He just needed to upgrade the market. Other people were taking money now. If he went to them directly, they might not agree. He just needed to pull Li Sun in. If the relatives of the emperor dared to take money, others would naturally dare to too. They would think that Zhangjia Zhuangzi wouldn't dare to cheat Li Sun. Wang Wan was also thinking about this matter. The supermarket should be able to make money. Other than ordinary people, there were also some businessmen and people who ate in the restaurant. When people spend money, they tend to have a tendency to buy everything else. At most, it would be like what Xiao Bao said. They won't lose money. They just need to make a little profit. The prices of the various items would be slightly lower. If she saw such a place and had money, she would also go in to take a look. She would also buy something useful. After all, it was cheap. Thinking of cheap, Wang Wan asked again, "Does that mean the price of our goods will also be lower? Are you still thinking of charging an entrance fee?" "Impossible." "That's right. We can't charge an entrance fee, but we can make the goods cheaper. The more we buy, the cheaper it will be. We have a place here, and we have a warehouse. It's just a stockpile of goods. Furthermore, we are not the only ones who have money. Moreover, there is another advantage to stockpiling goods here. As long as the goods are not easy to break, and the price is slightly higher, we can sell them to others. It's also good to be close to the capital." Zhang Xiaobao could only analyze it this way. He didn't have time to do market research. He only had 3 days, and he had to raise enough money. It was a risk. Wang Wan also knew about this situation. She supported him and said, "Then let's give it a try. Go and find Li Sun. He will definitely join. We have to build a large scale. Otherwise, we won't be able to raise so much money. 50,000 taels of silver, how large is the scale?" "Of course, we have to build a large scale. Our family doesn't have that much space, and we don't have that kind of scale. Moreover, if we build a large scale, when will we be able to recoup the cost? But we can use a chain method to do it. We can build a supermarket in the most prosperous places around here, as well as the capital. We have to let the people who buy things in the supermarket treat this kind of behavior as a fashion. That's enough. It's just like when people ate some fast food 100 years ago." Chapter 269. Li Sun didn't have much to do these days. He went back to the province and came back after 2 days. He felt more comfortable in Zhuangzi, mainly because he didn't have to worry about being watched when he was doing things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent people to look for him, but Li Sun came without saying anything. He only brought 4 guards and stayed at the entrance of the Zhang mansion. Young Master Li, this time I asked you to come here to ask if you are willing to earn more money. If you are, we can discuss it. If you are not, then we can just have a meal together. Zhang Xiaobao went straight to the point. Li Sun did not know why Zhang Xiaobao was so straightforward with his word. Usually, he would have to go around a few rounds before he could say what he wanted to say. Naturally, Li Sun thought that Zhang Xiaobao was taught by some expert. Now that he heard that there was another way to earn money, he immediately agreed. Okay, what kind of business? Count me in. I like to do business. It's stable and not ambitious. Li Sun was also speaking the truth this time. Even though he had a noble status, there were many things that he had to take precautions against. His father also didn't always do things in the prefecture. It was already good enough if he could spend half of his time here. Okay, come and look at this. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Sun would agree, so he pulled him to the table and spread out the blueprint that he and Wang Wan had just drawn. He told Li Sun how to open a supermarket, how to do it well, how much money it would make, what were the benefits, and so on. Li Sun listened while thinking. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was better than the grocery store. Moreover, the grocery store was big, so it shouldn't be wrong. Most importantly, he felt that this was the advice of an expert. The expert would never make mistakes. Earning a little money was easy. Before Zhang Xiaobao continued to tell him about the risks, he directly agreed. Okay, this supermarket is good. How much is it? I will invest. 50,000 taels, do you have it? You still have to invest your money in between the clouds and the water. Also, when the time comes, you'll get a share in the boxed lunches. You'll also get a share in the advertising of the surrounding riverbank. All of these require money. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to let Li Sun take all the money. What if he couldn't? So he gave Li Sun 2 benefits. Even if the supermarket didn't make as much money as he expected, Li Sun wouldn't say anything. When Li Sun heard that he had to take out so much money, he was in a dilemma. I don't have any. I only have a little more than 10,000 taels. What should I do? Are you going to pay for the rest? My family doesn't have that much money. I gave it all to my father. You can find someone else to help you. You know a lot of people. Find someone rich and we'll calculate everything together. Zhang Xiaobao advised Li Sun. You want to find someone else? Why don't we start a small one first? When I get my money back, we can make it bigger bit by bit. Li Sun wanted to keep it to himself. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, if I can wait, why would I ask you? Can't I do it myself? He could only persuade. Let's open it once and make it big. That way, it will be easier to do things. You find a few people and invest the money first. I will start to do the details. I think it will take less than a month to build it. Li Sun was fooled this time. He didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao was in urgent need of money to buy those 2 pieces of land. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay, wait here. I will find someone who is willing to join. When the time comes, we will open this supermarket in all parts of Tang. No, we will open it outside. Wait, find someone nearby first. I will give you a letter tomorrow. I will go back and make the arrangement. Li Sun was now thinking about money. When he heard this idea, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't eat and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent him to the door. Then, they looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Li Sun was really efficient. He didn't know where he found the people. They didn't even come. They just wrote a contract and sent the money the next night. Li Sun and his own money had a total of more than 41,000 taels. There were silver, copper coins, and cloth. Zhang Xiaobao took out a part of the money for building the river. He had a total of 50,000 taels and gave it to his mother. Zhang Wang clan was in charge of signing the final contract. She knew that this was another business deal. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. She got the money first. She didn't have to worry about not being able to pay it back in the end. As long as the dock at Little Luoshui was delayed, it would be fine. At most, she could compensate the other party. She kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face hard. Zhang Wangclan said happily, "Okay, our family will have more land in the future. These are all for you. If you have a younger brother in the future, you have to give him some. You can't not give him anything. If you have a younger sister, you have to give her dowry. When a woman gets married, if she doesn't have a dowry, she won't be able to raise her head in her husband's family. Don't look at me like that. I'm different. My son is much better than other people's. He's 100 times better. Which family's child can get so much money?" Zhang Wangclan was still happy the next day. She didn't need to go find the other two families. On the third day, Madame Han and Madame Yuan came over with the deeds and other contracts. The two families' pillars of support were gone. These deeds could only be handed over using their status. Nearly 50,000 taels of silver was pulled over 10 carriages. When Madame Han and Madame Yuan brought the money back, they had an expression that was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. When they returned to Zhuangzi, they immediately tidied up and brought the servants who were willing to follow them to the capital. As for those who weren't willing, they just gave them some money and sent them away. They didn't plan to return to this place in the future. Zhang Wang touched the deeds and other documents in his hands and laughed from time to time. The river was still expanding. They were cleaning up the silt in the river. They didn't immediately repair the river bank. They wanted to wait until the river was more or less expanded. When they took over other people's land, there were old men who helped them solve the problem. They either compensated them or changed the location of the land. Naturally, the money was still paid by Zhang Xiaobao. The Yamen didn't have the money, so they paid in advance. When the time came, the Yamen would pay back the money that Zhang Xiaobao took out from the taxes collected. The people who worked could eat their fill and save food for their families. They could also work 20 days a year. When they worked more, they would be paid or they could switch to rent-free work. Everyone worked hard. No one dared to slack off. If they were caught, they would lose everything. After Li Sun bought the land in Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he came over the next day. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell that person that he's amazing. No wonder he was in such a hurry. He wanted to buy land. Why didn't he tell me first? I would have bought one too. Don't worry, I won't tell those people. Anyway, when the time comes, there will definitely be a supermarket. When the time comes, your family's Xiao Luoshui's pier will be enough, right?" "Okay, I'll tell him. In fact, we really need to plan for some time, especially when the river is connected. We need to find a location. It's the same for other places. My family's work is in vain. We didn't take these things into account. What's wrong with wasting some time? If you want Zhuangzi, I'll sell you one. 6 taels of silver per mu. It's cheap. When the river is connected in the future, the land will be more valuable. Why don't you owe me first? When you have money, I'll pay you." Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel embarrassed at all. Li Sun quickly refused. "No, I just need a Zhuangzi next to your house. I don't need anything else. When I'm older and have a fief, I may not have so much time to come over. At that time, you and Cuckoo will have to find me." Zhang Xiaobao knew Li Sun's purpose. It was all because of that master. He wanted to see the master and learn something, but he couldn't see him. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Li Sun was quite pitiful. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have something here. Take it and read it. It's about some things in this world. It's called nature. If you don't understand it, remember it in your heart. When I understand it, I'll tell you." Zhang Xiaobao took out a book about nature that didn't challenge the imperial power. It was written by Wang Wan. He just made a copy and was going to give it to the children in Zhuangzi. Now, he had to give it to Li Sun. He couldn't let him down. When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao give him a book, his eyes opened wide and his face was full of excitement. He thought that this book was written by the master for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. Although he didn't see the master, it was worth it to see the same thing. He quickly took the book and gently stroked it with his hand. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you're so kind. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. As long as you don't rebel, everything else is easy. I'll go back first. You can take your time to figure out that supermarket. Don't worry, no one is in a hurry." Li Sun wanted to go back and read it quickly, so he took the book and left. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the door and watched Li Sun leave under the protection of 4 guards. He muttered, "I feel that I don't have the chance to be in that position. Living a relaxed life is actually a happy thing. Well, I won't be in that position either. I'm also happy." Early the next morning, Zhang Wang clan brought the housekeeper to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, let's go and see the new Zhuangzi. I don't know how they are doing. I think they are not as good as our families. There are more people, more land, and more rent. When your father finishes the imperial examination and becomes an official, let's see if he can still get some food." Zhang Wang clan said to Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that it was easy to take the imperial examination. Her husband was still talented. Moreover, she gave him so much money. There was a minister vouching for him, the Marquis's help, and County Magistrate Cheng's bribe. Who would dare to let her husband fail the imperial examination? Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to go and take a look. After all, they were going to be a family in the future. There were many villagers waiting for the new master to come over. He thought that these 2 days would not be good and they would be on tenterhook. He held Wang Wan's hand and followed behind his mother and the housekeeper. There was a group of people protecting them. They first walked towards the Han family's Zhuangzi. They did not need to take a car. They just strolled slowly. Chapter 270. There were more than 10 people in the field, pouring the manure into the soil. All of them had their heads down, but they were working very slowly. Their clothes were also made of coarse hemp, and they moved the scythe in their hands. They did not look to the side, and after moving their hands a few times, they took 2 steps forward. The people from the Miao protection team also followed the Zhang Wang clan to the field. When they saw the way those people worked and the clothes they were wearing, they could not help but sigh. At the same time, they supported their Zhuangzi even more. This was the difference between them. Looking at the farmers in Zhuangzi, which one of them still wore coarse hemp. Everyone had at least 1 set of silk clothes. Yes, it was specially given by the master. They could understand why those people worked so slowly. When the master was gone, they were not treated well. Now that the new master was gone, they did not know what to face. If it were anyone else, they would not have the heart to work. The fact that they could work in the field showed that they were people who were attached to the land. When the Zhang Wang clan's people came closer, the people working realized that there were many people coming over. An old man in his 50s stopped what he was doing and narrowed his eyes. He carefully looked at the Zhang Wang clan's people and suddenly said, "So it's people from the Zhang family. What are they doing here?" At this time, Steward Zhang knew that it was time for him to step forward. He quickly walked up to a person and said loudly, "Is there anyone who works like you? When will you be able to get the land out? Also, in the future, this will be Zhangjia Zhuangzi's land. Zhangjia Zhuangzi does not need anything else but to grow rice. Don't make manure. Go and find the other farmers. The master's wife is here." When the farmer first heard Steward Zhang's words, he was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "Why do you care what I do?" But when he heard the latter part, he immediately stopped being stunned and showed a happy expression. He shouted loudly to the others, "Our Zhuangzi has been bought by the Zhang family. Let's go back and tell the others that the main family's madam is here. That's great. We've been bought by the Zhang family. We'll have good days in the future." After this person shouted, he did not care about other people's reactions. He threw down the things in his hands and ran away. As he ran, he shouted at the other side of the house, "Our Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family. Our Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family." The rest of the people in the field didn't react until he was more than 100 feet away. They looked at the people of the Jiang Wang clan in disbelief. The old man trembled as he walked over. He wanted to get closer, but he was afraid that he smelled too bad, so he didn't dare to. He stood 20 feet away and asked, "What little nine said just now, is it true? We were bought by the Zhang family? Is Madame of the Zhang family here?" "Uncle, I didn't lie to you. Our family bought this land. Uncle, you don't have to do this anymore. You have to do it again to grow rice." The Jiang Wang clan walked a few steps forward and said to the old man. The old man saw the clothes that the Jiang Wang clan was wearing and looked at the crowd. He knelt down with a thud and tears started to fall. "Madam, we've been waiting for you to come. We only knew that Zhuangzi had been sold, but we didn't know who bought it. The main family didn't tell us either. We were still thinking that it would be great if the Zhang family bought it. But then we remembered that the main family who sold it seemed to have a grudge against the Zhang family. It was impossible for them to sell Zhuangzi to the Zhang family. We were so anxious. We didn't expect that it was really the Zhang family who bought it. All right, madam, don't worry. No one will work like this in the future. We will do our best. It's our good fortune to work for the Zhang family. We don't dare to not do our best. Madam, please stand back. I'm dirty." The old man cried and laughed as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he realized that he was too close to the madam of the main family. He was dirty and smelly, so he stood up and took a few steps back. Wei Wei of the Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, "Uncle, you're not dirty. In my eyes, people who work are not dirty. It's okay if your clothes are stained with dirt. It's fine as long as you change your clothes. I'll get someone to take your measurements in a while. The Zhang family's farmers must wear the same clothes. I'll also get someone to bring some rice and meat over. Everyone can have a good meal first. In the future, you must eat well. If you don't eat well, how can you have the strength to work? Uncle, lead us over there and see if there's anything we need to do in Zhuangzi. If there's anything we need to do, we can give it to you first." The old man knelt down again. This time, he wasn't the only one. When the others heard what the Jiang Wang clan said, they also knelt down. They knew what kind of life the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family lived in Zhuangzi. Other than work, everything else was provided by the main family. The main family was rich and generous. They even dared to repair the two houses. They didn't expect that just 2 days after the change of main family, the main family would come over and give them things first. They didn't even have to do any work. It was a little tempting to ask for these things, but they couldn't refuse it. They really needed these things. Hurry up and get up. You can't do anything for the main family even if you kneel. And, in Zhuangzi and the Yuan family's houses, if you have children, you can also go to the school there to study. These two Zhuangzi won't be building a school. Walk a few more steps. Come early and return late. The children's food will be taken care of by the main family. The Jiang Wang clan said to these people. She mentioned the matter of children going to school, but she didn't intend to build a school here. The kneeling people became even more excited. The old man stood up first, and then asked the others to stand up as well. He said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Madam, it's good to have a school to study. It's not far. It's only a few steps. Madam, don't worry. How the farmers over their work, we will do better than them. If anyone dares to slack off, we will beat his mother to death without your order." The others also talked in a mess. Every one of them was incoherent. They could not help but be excited that they could live a good life. At this time, the people who ran away just now ran back, followed by a group of people. Those who were in good health ran in front, while the old man, women, and children ran behind them. They ran all the way here. Everyone stood there, looking at Zhang Wangshi and the others with joy. Their eyes were full of hope, especially the children. They blinked their big eyes, looking a little scared and a little curious. Some fiddled with their hair, some put their fingers in their mouth and sucked, and some sniffled from time to time, which was about to flow through their mouth. The old man seemed to have some prestige among these people. When he saw the people running out of the Zhuangzi, and the people who could not walk, he said loudly, "Our Zhuangzi has been bought by the Zhang family. You don't have to worry anymore. Quickly say hello to the madam of the Zhang family." The farmers were waiting for these words. Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family. After this matter was confirmed, the crowd burst into cheers. Everyone had a smile on their faces. The children were not as scared as before. They moved forward, wanting to see the Zhangjia Zhuangzi people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the center of attention, who asked them to wear good clothes. The weather was not warm yet, and some of the children who ran out were only wearing a pair of pants. They were not wearing any clothes at all. When they saw the two children wearing such beautiful clothes, they were naturally curious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already prepared. Needless to say, Wang Wan liked children very much. Zhang Xiaobao was even better. He was willing to see children, and he liked them even when they sniffled. He was also like this when he was young. He was even better than that child. When the snot flowed to his chin, he could suck it back. When he and Wang Wan came out, each of them carried a bag with candy inside. When they saw the children, they walked over, put their hands into the bag, took out some candy, and handed it forward. "Yes, these are all for you. Study hard in the future. If you do well, you will be rewarded with candy." The first person Zhang Xiaobao handed the candy to was the snot-nosed child. He was about 5 years old, and was even younger than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The snot-nosed child looked at the candy in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and sucked back the snot that flowed out. He stared at it motionlessly, and his small hands moved on both sides of his body. He wanted to take the candy but didn't dare to. At this time, Steward Zhang said, "This is the young master of the Zhang family, and this is the young lady of the Wang family. Take the things I give you. Otherwise, if the young master and young lady get angry, you will not have a good life anymore." The snot-nosed child was also sensible. When he heard Steward Zhang's words, he scratched his dirty little hands twice on his dirty pant. Then, he stretched out his hands to take the candy instead of taking it. At the same time, he said, "Hello, young master. Good, very good. Take it quickly." Zhang Xiaobao grabbed the snot-nosed child's hand with one hand and stuffed the candy into the snot-nosed child's hand with the other. He wasn't afraid of dirtying his hands at all. Wang Wan did the same. She handed out the candy one by one. She even stuffed a candy ball into the mouth of a 1-year-old child who was being held by an older child. When the little child ate something sweet, she opened her arms and smiled at Wang Wan. It seemed that she wanted to be hugged by Wang Wan. Wang Wan estimated that she could hold the little child, so she reached out and took the little child from the older child's arms. The older child didn't dare to object. When he saw that his sister was in the hands of the young lady of the Wang family and didn't fall, he was relieved. He knew that the young lady of the Wang family was with the young master of the Zhang family all day long. These two families were no different from one family. They were both masters of their own accord. When the original farmers of the Han family saw that the young master of the Zhang family and the young lady of the Wang family didn't look down on their own children, they were all moved. They knew that they had found a good master. If the children could be like this, it meant that their parents had taught them well. They knew that the Han family used to have a 10-year-old child in Zhuangzi. She cleaned herself up well and wore good clothes. When she saw the children of the other farmers in Zhuangzi, she scolded them in disdain and continued to walk. Compared to the children of the Zhang and Wang families, she was far worse. She deserved to be caught. She still wants to fight with the Zhang family and Wang family. Just look at the little child and we'll know who's the winner. A farmer of the Han family spat and gritted his teeth. Chapter 271. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did a good job of easing the atmosphere, and also made the villagers recognize their master's family. If it was said that the villagers originally yearned for the Zhang family because of a good life, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's actions made the villagers see the Zhang family as family. Let's go to Zhuangzi and take a look, the Jiang Wang clan said as she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were also rubbing in the dirt. The villagers immediately made a path for them and kept a certain distance from the Jiang Wang clan. They followed beside her, and from time to time, they would look at her with respect as they walked. The Han family's road in Zhuangzi was not repaired, and it was full of potholes. From time to time, they could even see a pile of feces on the road. This was absolutely impossible to see in the Zhang family and the Wang family's Zhuangzi. The two Zhuangzi's sanitation work was done well. Ever since they told the villagers, none of them would casually throw things on the road. There was also a special bag for feces placed behind the animals' buttocks, and from time to time, they would sprinkle lime on it to reduce the spread of diseases. Steward Zhang was in charge of this matter, and he said to the people beside him, after the spring plowing, fix the road properly. The roads in Zhangjiao Zhuangzi must be wide and smooth. The villagers were happy when they heard this. The road was fixed, and they would be able to walk comfortably. With a good road in Zhuangzi, they would be able to boast about it when they went out. The group of people walked on the broken road and arrived in Zhuangzi. There were many thatched huts, and some of them were just casually rubbed out with mud. It was not hot yet, but they could already smell the stench. In the future, the latrines and houses will have to be repaired or built new ones. The master will be in charge of this, and you will have to do it yourselves. The latrines have to be covered and sprinkled with lime. This can't go on like this, Steward Zhang mentioned another matter. The villagers did not look unhappy at all, and they all nodded. In the future, they would have new houses, and it would be better if they were clean. In the past, they did not have time to take care of such things, and the master collected more rent, so they could only find work elsewhere to eat. Now the master had changed. The Zhang family's ability was needless to say, they were better than others in growing rice. Even if the rice did not belong to the villagers in the future, they could still bring new rice. This year, Zhang and Wang were able to get 5 times more crops than usual in Zhuangzi. Along the way, the people who followed the Zhang family here did not see a decent house. Some of the houses did not even have paper to cover the windows, and directly nailed the windows with straw curtains. When they were halfway through the village, they saw a small courtyard with 3 chickens looking at them with their heads tilted. Steward Zhang spoke again. If there are people who are not busy at home, go over there tomorrow and bring the chickens back to raise them. The master will be in charge of the food they eat, but when the chickens grow up, a portion of the eggs they lay will have to be given to the master. When the chickens are killed, they will also belong to the master. The villagers nodded again. Wasn't it just helping to raise the chickens? When the time came, they could keep a portion of the eggs for themselves, and they would not have to feed the chickens themselves. The group continued to walk forward, and as they walked, they came to an area surrounded by a low wall. Standing outside the low wall and looking in, they saw a high wall about 300 feet away from the low wall. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know what the low wall was for. What's the use of this wall? Zhang Xiaobao asked a slightly older child. The wall of the master's house. The villagers are not allowed to go over this wall. After going in, if we continue to walk forward, we will reach the master's mansion, the child replied. Mansion? Good, Chaosen Taoist? His rank is 2 ranks higher than my father's, rank 5. This is the mansion. Is he afraid of death? Why did he build a wall outside? Even if he did, he was still caught, right, Steward Zhang? Zhang Xiaobao did not want this wall to block people's hearts, so he shouted at Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang understood and immediately said, "The low wall outside needs to be torn down. There are some bricks left to build the house." The Zhang family is not afraid of being harmed by the villagers. When you have nothing to do, you can go to the master's house for a stroll. If you need anything to take out, you can even help. The villagers nodded. This wall had already made their hearts cold. If it was not for the fact that they could not find another place to live, they would not want to stay in the Han family's Zhuangzi. The children of the Zhang family and Wang family could play with the villagers, but the Han family treated them like animals. Why didn't the Zhang family come earlier? If they had come earlier, they would have had a better life. Why did they have to endure this? Mistress of the master's house, would you like to go in and take a look? The old man asked Zhang Wangclan. No, after the wall outside is torn down, we can all go in and take a look. If we feel that this house is not good, we can also tear it down and build a smaller house. That way, the people from the master's house will have a place to stay. Zhang Wangclan was a bit disgusted with this place. Most importantly, if she really kept this place, it would be too much. How could a 7th-ranked official live in a 5th-ranked official's house? Of course, the villagers were not comfortable with this. They all wanted to tear it down and build a new house for the master's house. After looking at this house, they continued to walk forward. There was a small hill on the other side. There were no trees on it. In fact, it was just a mound. After the mound, there was a piece of land that belonged to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. A group of people walked over and climbed up the mound. They found a few people standing on the other side of the mound. They were pointing and talking. Those people also saw them. A middle-aged man suddenly smiled and walked over. You are from the Zhang family, right? I am your neighbor over there. My surname is Liu, and the Han family took some of our land in Zhuangzi. It turns out that there are some thorns in the area between the two Zhuangzi. They cut the thorns and moved it forward a little. I heard that the master has changed, so we came over to take a look and decide on a new location. We don't want another family to take over another family's land. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Another neighbor. He just came over and he already said that the Han family took over their land in Zhuangzi and wanted to decide on a new location? How do you want to decide? Zhang Wangclan was expressionless and asked indifferently. It should be the mistress of the Zhang family, right? Don't misunderstand. We are not taking back the land that was taken over in the past. We all know about the Zhang family, so we don't dare to come over and cause trouble. We haven't lived long enough yet. Let's just go with the current location. The man surnamed Liu explained. Then let's decide. You guys decide first and let us know when the time comes. We will replant the thorns and plant them here. Zhang Wangclan saw that the other party was not here to take back the land, so she believed that the Han family took over the other party's land. There was not much land left, so they had to plant thorns. Okay, thank you so much, mistress of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's actions are indeed countermeasures. Don't worry, the Liu family will not take the initiative to provoke the Zhang family. Our two families will live in harmony. The man surnamed Liu said and left with his people. Wang Wan looked at the man's back as he left and asked Zhang Xiaobao, did he know that we are here and purposely came here to wait for us? His surname is Liu. Which family is he from? Who cares? Just like what he said, unless he's tired of living and comes looking for trouble. Our Zhang clan can kill all the way to the top, carrying a thick smell of blood. We kill chickens and ducks when we see chickens. Zhang Xiaobao did not care who the man surnamed Liu was, as long as his surname was not Li. Madame Zhang walked and looked around again. She felt that she could only wait and take good care of it in the future. She turned around and left under the respectful escort of the villagers. There was another village that she had to go over to take over today. She had to calm the villagers down and not delay the spring plowing. Before she left, she asked someone to measure the size of the villagers and make the same clothes for them to wear. This way they could build up cohesion. She also asked some stronger people to follow them back to the main house to get things. Now that they had met, she had to let the villagers have a good meal. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at the Yuan family. The Yuan family seemed to be better than the Han family. At least, the villagers' clothes were better than the Han family's. They also did not have extra walls outside. The reaction of the villagers was similar to that of the Han family. They were all very excited. They knew in advance that the land was bought by the Zhang family. Although the original main house did not treat them any differently from the other main houses, they did not ask for rent and were not treated as badly as the Han family. However, they still felt that the Zhang family was better. They also yearned for a good life and hoped that their children could be educated. However, they did not hate the original main house as much. The houses that the Yuan clan's farmers lived in were also thatched cottages, but they were more orderly than the Han clan's. The roads were the same, full of potholes. Housekeeper Zhang still picked out a few problems and had to fix them in the future. He also measured their sizes and asked them to go back with some people to get rice, noodles, oil, and meat. They went to 2 farmsteads in a row and looked around. After a busy day, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they lay on the Kong bed and chatted. Xiaobao, we have a small river here. They seem to have one there too, but why is there no water? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Without water, it would be tiring to grow rice. How would I know? Let's go and see tomorrow. If someone deliberately blocked the river upstream, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Xiaobao also saw the river today. Usually, there was a river flowing in Zhuangzi. Even if there was no river, one would be dug. Otherwise, there would be no way to grow crop. Wang Wan nodded and asked, then how will the 2 Zhuangzi develop in the future? Will they be like us and set up a restaurant? I haven't thought about it yet. A restaurant is definitely not suitable. But we can think of other ways. There are no mountains there, so what can we do? Let me think about it. Let's go to between the clouds and the water and ask Grandpa Bai about the arrangements. We don't want to make any mistakes. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about the development. There were many different development methods that could be used, or a slight modification would be able to change the appearance of the manor. The 2 of them did not care if it was dark or not. They found someone to light a lantern and walked over. When they reached between the clouds and the water, the old man was still fishing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's footsteps, he turned around and asked, "Why can't your fishing rod catch small fish?"